My apologies, Dahlia. I'm going to start putting you on a timer when you speak, because it is the case that I think that you're kind of yapping. But real quick, I just started the stream over on YouTube. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Welcome into the stream, guys. We have Dahlia up on the stream. Dahlia is running an argument against us, why they support Trump, particularly related to how they like his approach to Russia and Ukraine a little bit better than Kamala Harris's. Now, I know that you guys over on YouTube are missing out on a lot of the context because I kind of started the stream in the middle of this conversation, but I bet you could kind of pick up here pretty quickly. So the last thing you told us is that you support Trump because he had a very unique approach to Russia and Ukraine. You think that Donald Trump wanted to end the war, wanted to end the conflict. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and the Democrats wanted to further fund Ukraine. Okay, well, here's a fucking thing, okay? The reason why Donald Trump had a unique approach is because he had a shit approach. And anybody with half a brain could have known this before the election, and anybody with a single brain cell definitely sure as hell know this now, because he defunded all humanitarian aid to Ukraine, and then he said, I'm big and bad, I could end the war in 48 hours, I'm going to get them a ceasefire agreement. Turns out 130 days later, he hasn't ended shit, he hasn't got Putin to agree to a single ceasefire agreement. Now Putin has dropped the largest bombs yet on the state of Ukraine, and they're weakened state because they're no longer getting humanitarian support from America, right? That's a terrible plan. Okay, the only way this might end the conflict is by absolutely destroying whatever's left of Ukraine. Okay, and I don't think it's okay to say that we should end the conflict by letting the aggressor win, right? We should end the conflict by ensuring that Ukraine has the means that they require in order to protect their territory, defend their sovereign right to exist, and prevent the ethnic cleansing of their citizens. I'll also add this on. You said that you think protecting Ukraine leads to a higher likelihood of World War III. I think the opposite is true, because guess what? Life is in a vacuum. The moment we stopped sending humanitarian aid to Ukraine, what did France do? What did the UK do? What did countries in NATO do? They said, now we have to consider picking up the slack that the US just dropped by maybe putting our own boots on the ground in Ukraine. Okay, so what's going to lead to a higher likelihood of World War III? Giving Ukraine money and guns, or sending NATO troops, boots on the ground in Ukraine, to shoot at and kill Russian troops?
So, Dean, so how do you feel about school shootings here in this country?
Oh, I'll play the game. I want to see how this is relevant. I feel bad. I don't like them. What about you?
And how do you think that we prevent them from happening? Like what are things that you advocate for that you think will make this stop happening as frequently?
I mean, you could probably guess. I just think more common sense gun reform and better mental health counseling, and
Great.
better mental health counseling and allowances for students.
Awesome. So common sense gun reform. So we want to talk about common sense gun reform, but yet you are advocating to I'm sorry, what am I talking about? To drop payloads of weaponry, bombardments of
Yep,
missile
yep, yep,
systems and
yep,
things
yep,
like
yep.
that to
Absolutely.
unalive hundreds of thousands of
Yeah,
people, and you're
100,
okay with that.
110%. 110%. I honestly, if you say that you're not okay with self-defense, I'm going to look at you like you're insane.
You're just a hypocrite.
How am I
How how
hypocritical
how
for being
how,
okay with
how can you
self-defense?
how can you care? How
Well,
can you say,
how the fuck?
we
Wait. Do you agree with common sense gun reform?
how can you say we need
I'm
gun
asking you a
reform
question. I'm asking
here,
you a question now.
but you're okay with dumping payloads of weaponry that are going to unalive children,
Oh,
unalive parents,
unalive children.
unalive
Okay.
schools,
Yeah, yeah,
unalive
yeah. Okay.
hospitals?
Yeah. Hey,
That's what's going on.
okay.
You know, you
I have
you
a question.
say
Do you agree with common sense gun reform?
absolutely.
Okay. So, do you think
Sure.
that it was
A,
wrong
a, a
for
bit.
Do you think that it was wrong for America to get involved in the European front of World War II and drop bombs and shoot guns at all the Nazis?
Do I think that World War II was wrong? I absolutely do.
That's not what I asked. I said, do you think that it was an okay thing for America to get involved in the European front to fight Nazi Germany, dropping bombs on them and shooting guns at them?
Do I think it was wrong for them to get involved?
Yeah, and like fight Nazi Germany with bombs and guns.
I think that war is wrong.
So that's not the question that I asked you, and I think that you know that's not the question that I asked you.
So I think that war is wrong.
That's not the
I
question that I
don't, I
asked you, and
don't,
I
I
think that you
don't,
know
I
that's not the
don't,
question that I asked you.
there,
I'll go ahead and put
there's
you on
no
mute, and I'll
scenario.
go ahead and ask the question once again. Were you okay with America fighting Nazi Germany to prevent the further expansion of the Holocaust? Because I
I
was.
don't, I do not support war.
Okay, so once again, if you give me another non-answer to my question, I'm just gonna kick you because I choose peace. Do you need me to repeat the question?
I do not support what happened there.
Okay, so
No.
you think it was a bad idea for America to try to prevent the expansion of the Holocaust?
I think it was a bad idea that it existed to begin with.
So you think that the Holocaust was bad? Okay, I agree. But that's not the question that I asked you. I told you I'd kick you again if you gave me a non-answer. And I haven't kicked you yet because, you're the first conversation of the day. I'm feeling like you're in my good graces. I'm going to try to, start the stream on a good note. But if you do it again, now I'm serious, I'm going to kick you. All right? So was it immoral for America to try to prevent the further expansion of the systemic genocide of Jewish individuals, Romani individuals, black individuals,
Yes.
queer individuals?
Yes, it was immoral.
Okay, I could name one demographic of people on this planet that would agree with you. Are you ready for that response? Can I tell you the one demographic of people alive on this planet that would agree with you?
Sure.
Neo-Nazis.
I don't agree with anything of what they stand for.
Well, actually, yeah, you do. You disagreed with the Allied forces attempting to prevent Nazi Germany from the expansion and continuing of the Holocaust.
You're trying to straw man me.
Well,
And when I'm
no,
telling
this
you
isn't.
that
So
that
I will
do
say
not-
this wasn't a straw man at first because I was expecting you to be normal and to be like, no, it wasn't wrong for us to try to prevent the Holocaust. And then that would have been conceptually relevant to the debate that we were having because then I would have called you a quote unquote hypocrite for supporting common sense gun reform while also supporting the use of weaponry against Nazi Germany. But you actually
So-
didn't support the use of weaponry against Nazi Germany. So sure, like that, this point is no longer conceptually relevant. I guess you could technically classify this as a straw man. But
Absolutely.
now that you've given that response and you've said that you agree with the neo-Nazis, I don't think that there's any going back. I think that we probably need to have a conversation about that.
How are you trying to group me with neo-Nazis now?
Because the only demographic of individuals
how
alive
have we
that
got-
agrees with
Hold
your
on, so you
idea that
first-
fighting Nazi Germany was wrong is neo-Nazis. Do you
So
think that
first you
self-defense
called
is
me-
wrong?
So first you called me not normal because I won't sit there and say that I'm a war sympathizer because I as a human being know that anything that takes place in a war is completely immoral.
Let me-
There is no
let me give you-
morality.
let me give you an example.
When we
So,
come to a point of warfare.
If you see like a man like beating up a woman in public, right, and you have like the means required to stop that man from beating up the woman in public, like do you think you'd be wrong if you did stop that man from beating up the woman in public?
How do you suggest that I would do that?
You just have the means required.
Like just grabbing her or like shielding her from being attacked?
I'm just saying that you have the means required. You
That-
see a
like
man
that-
killing
like
a woman.
that-
You see a man that's about to kill a woman. You have the means to stop that man. If you do stop the man from killing the woman, even if it kills the man, are you doing anything wrong?
I wouldn't do that.
All right, well, there's going to be the third and final non-answer. So I'm going to go ahead and move on. Now let's go ahead and get that next guest up in the box. I certainly would. Everybody, if you're a part of the 9.6 thousand people listening and you are MAGA and you'd like to come up here and debate, go ahead and let me know down below in that chat by dropping a MAGA. We will get you up here for a conversation, everybody. We're just looking for that next Trump supporter. And make sure that we're also tippity-tap-tapping away on that phone screen, everybody. And while we're getting that next Trump supporter up here, I would really like to thank, let's see here, Brianna. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal 13 minutes ago. They say, always good to see you. By the way, TikToker named Aaron Purdue, a MAGA debater, has been talking shit about you and Parker all morning. They're obsessed. I'll have to check them out after the stream. Thank you so much for the $20, Brianna. Everybody, show some love to Brianna down below in that chat. That is BREANNA. I'd also like to show some love to Karami for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, Dean, I appreciate you. Thank you for the love, Karami. That is KARIME. Thank you so much, Karami. Brett, what's going on? How old are you?
How are you, bro?
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, Brett. Why do you support Donald Trump?
You know, I think he's a great guy. You know, he's beautiful.
Great
He's
guy.
majestic.
Okay. All right. I have a feeling that you're trolling. The moment we get into the beautiful and
No, but
majestic territory, I just think that they're yanking my chain. Let's go to get that next guest up on the live. If you are part of the 10,000 people watching the stream and you support President Donald Trump, let me know by dropping a MAGA in the chat, just accompanied by your age. Keep in mind, if you do join this stream, I need you to at least be 18 supporting Trump and From America. What's up? It's a coup. Do you support Trump?
Listen, man, I'm 47. I do not support Trump, but I just wanted to say really quick, I've been following you for such a long time, man. The progress you've made and what you do for the community is absolutely amazing. I really appreciate you, man, and I hope you keep it up, all right?
Hey, I appreciate that. It's a coup. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I do. I really do. I do appreciate that. That's very kind of you. That is indeed very, very kind of you. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the live right now, guys. Go back to spamming MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you support Trump and you want to come up here and debate, guys. Do keep in mind that we are just looking for those debates, everyone. What's going on, Josh? How old are you?
19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
2006, what month?
October.
2006, born in October. You would not be turning 20 this year. You'd be turning 19 this year. So you'd actually be 18. Bad lie, terrible lie, terrible lie, terrible lie, terrible lie, everybody, terrible lie. Okay, all right. Guys, go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up and join. Honestly, we're going to be looking for some older Trump supporters. Look at that. Everybody that wants to come up is like 18, 19. Nah, bruh. Like, I'm saying, like, I want some older Trump supporters, you know? Like, where's, like, Mima and Peepaw? You know what I mean? Like, where's Mima and Peepaw that support Trump type shit, you know? That's the kind of people that I want to be talking to. I'm kind of sick and tired of the eight.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, man? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Oh, dude, no, that's terrible. Why would you ever decide to be that?
Sounds like you got soft hands, brother.
My hands, I mean, they're softer than they have been in the past, but the calluses from the gym are going away. I probably need to get back into that.
Oh, really? What do you bench, brother?
Well, my max bench was 245 at 145 body weight. I don't understand how that relates to why you support Trump.
Damn, brother. Pushing that weight, I see you.
Yeah, so why are you MAGA?
Oh, just Trump's my daddy.
Get the fuck out of here. Ah, no trolls! Ban them, mods, ban them. Ban them, everybody. Just fucking ban them. Ban them. MAGA for life. Are you seriously this insane?
Of course, I'm not insane, but I am MAGA for life, as always.
What year are you born in?
2007.
I'm sensing a troll. All right, we got Matthias in here. What's up, Matthias? Do you support Trump?
No.
What's that?
Kinda.
It's another kid, bro. They said that they're like 50 in the chat.
Dean, long time no see, buddy.
Have we talked before?
Oh, you bet we have. And you obfuscated from the point, like I expected you to.
Okay, so we've already talked.
Absolutely.
And you got a
little
crazy
buddy.
fucking echo.
fucking echo.
No, I don't. You're lying. You're obfuscating again.
Chat, am I lying?
Chat, am I lying?
Here, how about now?
Yeah, was I lying, chat? Was I lying, everybody? Oh, come on, Abby, what's up? Are you MAGA? All right, Abby dropped. Guys, Abe, listen here. If you're part of the 11,000 people that are watching the live right now, first and foremost, I just want to thank you for being here. Make sure that you're double tapping, sharing that stream. Somebody in the chat had the audacity to say that I was lying. Insane shit. What's up, Weston? You MAGA? You support Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, dude, why do you support Trump? Oh, that's so embarrassing. Tell us why.
Oh, so, he's just a better president. I feel like he's done a lot better for the America than what Biden has. And what
For the America. Okay, let's play a game. Let's play a game because you think that he's done better for America than Biden did. We're going to play a game. The game is as follows. I say one good thing Biden's done for this country, and then I explain why, and I attribute it to a policy, an executive order, or some other type of presidential duty or action. And then you do the same thing for Trump, and then we see who runs out of good things first. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll start. So Biden influenced the PACT Act to get passed through Congress under his 4 years. And that was a great bill that invested $800 million into expanding VA healthcare benefits. And it has allowed the VA to service over 1 million veterans that weren't covered previously. So it's your turn.
All right. So he banned trans rights. He banned like women or men transitioning, like minors mainly.
Okay, so no, he didn't. No, he didn't. So all that he's done related to trans individuals is like ban trans women from competing in women's sports and ban trans individuals from being in the American military. And I just want to put it out there. I think that it is so disgusting that when you ask me what's one good thing that Biden did, okay, I'm talking about his policy that benefited a million people. Okay, I'm talking about his policy that expanded access to health care for the people that were willing to, put their lives on the line to defend this country. I'm talking about things that he's done to increase qualities of lives in this country, okay? But then the moment I ask you to name something good that Trump has done, okay, it's not about increasing the quality of life for anybody. It's just about persecuting and further oppressing 0.1% of our population. You know what I mean? Like, I think that is very telling. I think that you're on the wrong side of history. And as the Overton window shifts in the next 50 years, and it's no longer socially permissible to say that you support a president just because they're oppressing a very small minority of individuals in this country, that you're going to look back on this, or maybe your kids will look back on this and say, Grandpa, why were you ever such a royal dick, right? Right? I think that makes sense. But I just want to clarify here. So you don't like agree with trans women going into the women's restroom, right?
No, I mean it's kind of disgusting. Not gonna lie.
Right. But so imagine that it wasn't like a trans woman, but it was just like a cis man, like you or me, that went into a woman's like bathroom or even like maybe their changing room with naked teenagers in it. How disgusting is that?
All right, so like it's a different thing if like an adult trans person goes into like a changing room with minors. That's over the limit.
I'm not even talking about trans individuals. Let's just say an adult cis man like you or I goes into a changing room where they're seeing naked women and naked teenagers. How does that make you feel?
Same exact disgusting level. I mean,
And that's like a really bad thing, right?
well, yeah, it's
What do you think the punishment should be for a man that does that?
the death sentence, publicly hung. Anyone.
And you'd say that they deserve that consequence under your view, like regardless if they're like a liberal or a conservative, right?
Yeah, if they want to,
Regardless if they're rich or poor, right?
yeah, but it's
So what if they were like a billionaire, like a conservative billionaire? If a conservative billionaire went into the changing room of like naked teenagers and women, like you'd still think that they should be unalived, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been visited by the Secret Service before?
Nope.
Well, you will be in the next 48 hours. The reason why I say this is because you just called for the public HANGING, the public unaliving of the current sitting U.S. president. I'm going to go ahead and roll the clip.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed? No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, everybody, go ahead and place your bets in the chat right now about how Weston's going to wiggle his way out of this. Because obviously he's not going to be good faith and logically consistent. He's going to try to find like some Weasley way to wiggle out of the fact that he called for the unaliving of the president. Place your bets in the chat. How's he going to do it? How's he going to wiggle out of it? What is it going to be? AI? What are we feeling today? Take it away, Weston.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'll just be honest. I don't even know. But still.
Okay, all right. Well, this is still technically wiggle, okay? Because you should know if you were logically consistent. You said whoever does this, regardless if they're poor, rich, conservative, or liberal, whoever it is, if there's a man that does this to women and teenagers, they should be unalived. What does that logically imply?
Shit.
Yeah, shit, dude. Okay, let me guess. So you're like radically anti-MAGA, right? You're like radically anti-MAGA, right? You're like further left than the communists, right?
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, shit, dude. I haven't ever had I even had a communist be like, "Oh my god, he needs to be publicly," I've never even had a communist tell me that. You told me that, right? So where does that put you? Are you still MAGA after that one? Like, there's no way, right?
Yeah, I still believe in Trump.
What? But do you think he should DIE? How could you still believe in him?
I mean, I don't even know.
If I were you, I wouldn't know either. So that's a fair answer. I think that I don't think anybody in your shoes could be able to like give a good answer to what I'm saying. Do you see how, like, from my perspective, like, seemingly it would be obvious that you no longer believe in Trump, that you no longer support him because you said that you literally want him to DIE?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna still support him and all. I mean,
How could you support somebody that you think should publicly DIE? How?
I mean, like, it's a different thing if it's like he's doing it still constantly, like way back when, and if he did it, that's like.
Oh, so you went from saying people
No,
that
no,
do
no,
that
no.
should DIE to saying that you actually really support people because it was so long ago and they've
No,
changed.
it's all right. So
Oh.
I don't even know.
It's done locked. All I gotta say. Hey man, is there anything else that you want to go over, Weston?
Nah, that's all.
All right, Weston, you have a good one, man. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box. If you're in the heart of the 10.3 thousand people that are watching the stream, I guess we're off to a great start today. Really gagging these Trump supporters. I feel terrible. Just kidding. I don't feel terrible at all. And Sid, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Let's get 1,000 Sid W. Sid says, "Happy Pride Month, chat." Yo, all right. Let's give some love. Let's show some love to Sid down below in that comment section. But also, happy fucking Pride Month, okay? To everybody in here that is a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Happy your month, all right? Happy Pride Month, everybody. What is going on, Jocko? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh, no, dude. You. Okay, well, right. Before we hop into our debate, I got a couple more people to thank here. So if you would just give me a moment real quick. Raven, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. As well as Rose, thank you for the 15. Rose says, "You're amazing. You're actively making my daughter's future along with everybody else's future better." Rose, that's so incredibly kind of you. Let's get 150 W Roses down below in that comment section. I'd also like to thank Georgianne with a $3 over on PayPal and Gabrielle with a 4. Thank you guys so much. As well as Flower with a $5 and Abigail with a £2 over on that YouTube super chat. Take it away, Jocko. Tell us why you support one of the worst presidents of your life.
Well, I can prove how you were wrong. You said it just earlier that if a woman was being attacked by a man, that you would defend her, that was justified, right?
Yeah,
You did.
I think it'd be justified that if a man was like unaliving a woman on the street, that if like I or anybody else like used force to stop the man from doing so, that wouldn't be wrong.
Correct. So, like, allowing men to compete in MMA against women, getting paid to beat them up, you support that?
Okay, so first and foremost, I don't think that trans women are men. I think that trans women are women. And I support trans women playing in women's sports, given that they don't possess an unfair
You
biological...
might want to take a look at the two trans...
Do you think that you may be able to let me finish?
Okay.
And I'm fine with trans women competing in women's sports as long as they don't possess an unfair biological advantage over the cis women due to the fact that they are male. And typically we see after like 3 to 5 years of HRT, hormone replacement therapy, that all biological advantages diminish. Now, as it relates to like combat sports in general, like MMA and UFC, I kind of think that they're barbaric, all things considered. But yeah, man, there's the answer to your question. Do you support Trump? Or I guess you do support Trump. Why do you support Trump?
Correct. I support Trump for, banning the trans out of the military because of the mental illness disorder that they experience.
Oh, really? Can you name one institution of medicine or science that would consider being TRANS a mental illness?
Body dysphoria is considered a mental illness.
Oh, okay.
And there are
So you're talking about you're talking about gender dysphoria, and I'd like to put it out there that not all trans individuals experience gender dysphoria, and also gender dysphoria is not what being trans means or is. The way I like to think about it is it's like more so like you'll get a headache when you have a cold, right?
Right, but do you
Just like
support the
sometimes you could
screening?
have
The
gender
screening.
dysphoria. Just like you could have gender dysphoria when you are trans, but not all trans individuals have gender dysphoria. But you did say that specifically being trans in of itself was a mental illness. So do you still hold to that claim? And man, I guess everyone that wants to come up today, is more focused on who's going to the potties compared to, fixing the potholes or increasing the quality of life for the average American, ensuring a well-off financial future for children, or avoiding a constitutional crisis. I think that you're actually the second guest in a row that's been like, I'm so fucking hateful and spiteful that I voted for fascism because I hate 0.1% of the American population. And also,
That's
it's funny.
funny that you brought
And also,
up
it's funny
fascism.
that you said that you don't think that trans individuals should be able to compete in sports, and you don't think that they should be able to be in the military. Basically, what you're saying is trans women are too weak for the military, but too strong for women's sports. That's an interesting contradiction. And then on top of that, once again, you did say that being trans in of itself was a mental illness. Could you please name a single institution of medicine or science that would defend that view?
I already stated the gender dysphoria. So
Okay,
I
yeah, and
don't
I
know.
already responded to that. Not all trans individuals have or experience gender dysphoria. And also, gender dysphoria isn't being trans. It just can be a symptom of having a disalignment between your gender identity and phenotypical sex traits. And obviously, like the way in which we'd be
Do you
using the
agree
term
with?
mental illness here
Do you agree
is just
with?
like a form of persistent mental distress, right? And obviously, we would expect mental distress if your phenotypical sex traits would be out of alignment with your gender identity. So I just want to make sure that you do need concede the first claim that you made, which is being trans in of itself is a mental illness. I just want to make sure that you do concede that, right?
I am stating that the majority of trans do suffer from mental illness.
Okay, but you concede that being trans in of itself is a mental illness.
More than likely, yes.
Okay, so you concede that, all right? So you no longer find that to be the case, right? And I've already responded to you as it relates to gender dysphoria. I just want to let you know, so I've spent the last 40 minutes talking about trans individuals. Do you have any thing that doesn't relate to trans individuals why you voted for Trump? Or did you just
Sure.
come up here to be like hateful and spiteful like the last guest?
The current economy, with inflation being down, gas prices down, the national average is really low. Inflation is at a record low. I think the tariffs and Trump policies are working to improve our economy that Biden had utterly destroyed.
Sure. How did he reduce inflation?
Inflation was reduced. Yeah, the stock market crashed a little bit, but it goes up and down.
Can you tell me
And
what
it's
Donald
coming
Trump
back
did to reduce inflation? Because I could tell you what he did to reduce inflation, but I want to see if you can. Can you tell me what he did to reduce inflation?
What specific?
What did
I wanna
Donald
hear
Trump
your-
do to reduce inflation?
I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Well, I could tell you. All right. So the way in which she reduced inflation was through the blanket tariffs, which were also a prediction or set forth a precedent of a prediction of a recession until they were revoked. And the way in which she caused inflation through his tariffs was in the first financial quarter of this year, before Liberation Day tariffs hit. All companies in America that imported either the raw materials to make their goods or their goods in of themselves got scared that they'd have to pay more, so they hoarded on imports. We saw a 44% increase in imports into America in the first financial quarter of this year, right? And what's something else that we saw on the consumer side was a massive reduction in confidence in American markets. We saw that people saved more and spent less. So in other words, we saw that manufacturers, producers, people that sell goods, they had more goods to sell because they hoarded their imports. And then the people that bought the goods bought less goods since they saved more money and were less confident. So this means we saw an increase in supply with a reduction in demand, which did decrease equilibrium prices, which did reduce inflation. However, the mechanism that reduced inflation was a mechanism that we only see true during recessions. And that's why we saw negative GDP growth in that quarter. And that's why we won't see this continued trend as he revoked the tariffs.
So Trump was able to do this in a couple months, and Biden could not reduce the inflation in 4 years.
Okay, well, first of all, as I just explained, obviously, because the way in which inflation was reduced was by scaring companies into stockpiling their imports and scaring consumers into stopping spending their money because of a reduction in confidence in the markets. Like, that was a bad way to reduce inflation. Okay, because like that is something that causes recession. So I wish that Trump didn't do that because he was bad for the American market. Once again, that's why we
It was
experienced
actually
negative.
good for the American market because of the free trade.
So then, how come we? So if it was good for the American market, how
There
come we
was
experienced negative GDP growth in that quarter for the same
191
reason?
countries that had tariffs against America. We had no tariffs against them.
Wait, I'd like
So
to
that was
clarify. So
not
the same
fair.
reasons why we saw a reduction in inflation was what led to negative GDP growth in the first financial quarter of this year. So do you still defend the idea that that was a good thing?
I do defend it as a good thing. It's only been a couple months. Wait till a year goes by and watch the record go again because it did it in its first term.
Okay, so you're basically saying that this policy is going to lead to like a long-term positive outcome. Can you please
Yes.
justify that by giving me like an economic argument?
An economic argument would be that now these countries like China and Canada and stuff are dropping their tariffs against us, allowing American manufacturers to ship their goods and sell their goods in other countries. Overall will affect our GDP and economic growth.
Yeah, for sure. So the inevitable trade deal that Donald Trump was able to achieve with China specifically, did it end up with us having higher or lower tariffs on them?
Higher tariffs on them, but they brought their tariffs down.
Right. It ended with higher tariffs on them. I have a question. Who pays the tariffs that we impose on China?
That's debatable as to it can be passed off to the customer or the manufacturer or supplier, the producer of the goods may have to absorb that cost to be competitive in the market.
So do you think that like massive manufacturers and producers of goods can simply absorb a 30% increase in the cost of their good?
Sometimes, yes.
No, actually, the answer there would be no, because the average profit margins in manufacturing globally is
You're
4
going
to
to tell me
7
that Apple,
is 4 to 7%.
The notion that Apple can't absorb that, or the notion that Amazon can't absorb.
Yeah, no, they can absorb it. That's why it's passed on to the consumer, right? So who ends up paying that tariff is the American consumer.
Amazon, Apple, Walmart, record-making profits. They can't absorb that? Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, they can't absorb that. Then also, not to mention that it is like you still have like independent producers of goods through Amazon. Like not everything is produced by them.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah. So they
I'm not saying all.
and if they can absorb it, they just simply don't. They won't. All right, because they end up making more money by merely passing it off to the consumer. And it's A, some companies can't absorb it, and then B, other companies won't absorb it, and that's why we see that that'll inevitably just lead to higher costs for Americans for these goods.
But if inflation comes down, it balances itself out.
So once again, the reason why inflation came down in the first quarter of this year wasn't because of like companies importing goods that were being tariffed. It's because the goods weren't being tariffed yet, and more companies imported more goods before Liberation Day, and then the consumers were less confident in buying those goods. So we saw an increase in supply with a reduction in demand. However, like that's going to be the short-term negative outcome. We wouldn't see that in the long term.
I don't know. I don't think the left understands inflation very well because in 4 years, all it did is keep rising. It never came down. It just constantly rised.
How much are you willing to bet?
They didn't have an answer for it.
How much are you willing to bet that the rate of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration never went down? I'll bet you $100.
Oh, it may have came down a little bit for a while.
No, we actually had the fastest drop in our level and rate of inflation compared to any other country in the G7, proportionately speaking.
Yeah, under the Biden administration, there was record inflation.
Why?
Growth. Why?
Yeah.
Because of the Biden policies.
Which policies?
Good question. I don't think the Democrats even have an answer for that.
Well, I mean, I do have an answer for that. It's no policies.
Well, yeah, the Democrats don't have a policy to run on.
Oh,
I would
no,
agree
that's
with
not
that.
true. The Biden-Harris administration passed more policy than Trump. PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science Bill, American Rescue Plan. Yeah, they passed more policies than Trump did. But I think that you need to defend the original premise that the Biden-Harris administration caused the inflation seen under their
A few
administration.
months versus
And obviously,
4
you can't
years.
do that.
A few months versus 4 years. You still got to give Trump his 4 years, and then you can compare who passed the most.
Oh, I'm comparing his
It hasn't
first
even
4
been a
years.
year.
I'm
We
comparing
haven't
his,
even
I'm
had a
comparing his
year.
first 4 years to the Biden-Harris administration.
First 4 years, I don't know if you can really count it because of COVID.
Wait, so then you can't wait. COVID only impacted like the remaining year of Trump's presidency, yet it impacted 2.5 years of Biden and Harris's presidency. So therefore, you can't count Biden Harris's term either. Also, I'd like to point it out that you said the inflation that occurred in the country under their administration was caused by them baselessly. So I just want to clarify: is the only reason that you say that is it because it's what happened in America while they were in the presidency?
It's because of the Biden policy.
You don't know that though, because you can't name the policy, you dumbass. I mean, seriously, try, Jocko. What's the policy? What's the policy? Name the policy. What did Biden and Harris do to cause inflation in the last 4 years? Name it. Be specific. We are all waiting. But how about this? I'll bet you $100 if you can name the policy they passed that caused that inflation. I'll give you $100 right now.
I don't think the Democrats even know what they did to
What,
raise inflation.
$200? I'll give you $200 if you can name the policy they passed that caused the inflation.
Make it $1 million.
Oh, fuck! $10,000. I'll give you $10,000 if you can name the policy the Biden-Harris administration passed that caused the inflation. $10,000 for one phrase, that one phrase being the title of a policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed to cause all the inflation that we've seen in America in the last 4 years. He's going on pause. He's going to go Google it. No, good for him. Work for the... Yes. Good job, Jocko. He's Googling it. No, I actually like that, chat. I'm a big fan of that. That's good. Google it. Research it. Okay, I want Jocko to invest all of his time and energy into finding a policy so he can't just say, well, I may not know it, but it definitely still happened. No, I really appreciate the fact that Jocko has now left the stream to go to Google to research this. I think that's a very good thing for Jocko to be doing. Nobody shit on that either. Let him research his little heart out because he's going to come up empty-handed. But all right, yeah, while he's researching, we're going to go ahead and get another guest up here just to kind of fill the air, everybody. So let's go and get King Leland loaded into that stream, everybody. Abigail, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Abigail says, my king. Abigail, thank you for the $20, everybody. Let's get 200 W Abbies down below in that chat, as well as Deborah with the $25 on Venmo. Deborah says, nobody should work 7 days a week. Take care of yourself, Deborah. You know, honestly, I think in the future I will inevitably switch to working only like 5 or 6, because 7 is a bit much, but I love what I do. Thank you for the $20, Deborah. Everybody show some love to Deborah. Guys, seriously, show some love to Abigail and Deborah down below in that chat. I'd also like to show some love to It's a Coup for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy shit, It's a Coup. They say, my company is Pride Construction LLC. Good work. Bro, that's an awesome company name. Thank you for the $100 donation. That's seriously insane. Everybody, let's get 1,000 It's a Coup W's down below. As well as Janice with the $10 on PayPal, Nicole with the $10 on PayPal, and Samuel with the $5. Guys, I really appreciate you guys for the love over there on Venmo and PayPal. You guys are legit. What's going on, King Leland? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
15.
Okay, man. I'm happy I asked. You got to be at least 18 to be in TikTok Live. Let's go to get that next guest, Ty. Hey, man, if you're watching this stream and you're just like Jocko down here and you support Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate with me, just go ahead and drop a maggot down below in that chat and I will bring you up onto the stream. Keep in mind that you got to be at least 18 years old. You got to be from America and you got to be ready and willing to have a conversation with me about why you support the president. If you don't fulfill those criteria, I am going to go ahead and just kick you off the live stream, y'all. What is going on my secret account, you MAGA?
Yeah.
That is a child, so they're not 18, so they get kicked. As I said, we gotta follow the rules here. What's up, Jacob? You support Trump? Jacob's not here. Elise, you said that you were MAGA down below in that chat. Elise, do you have stage fright now that you're on the live?
Yeah, MAGA.
Oh, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, all right. Elise, why the hell do you support President Donald J. Trump?
So I support his view on abortion.
Boom. How could I have guessed? How could I have guessed? Is it because you're Catholic?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. So yeah, quick question. Do you agree with me that there should be a separation between the church and the state?
I personally don't know.
So you don't know. Okay. Well, the issue is...
No, I I personally don't think there should be.
Okay, all right. So you think that we should operate the state with the church? See, the big issue with this is there's more sins in the Bible than murder, or abortion, right? There's other sins like lying. Do you think that it should be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists?
No, I don't think so.
But I thought you said that there shouldn't be a separation between the church and the state, and murdering is violating one of the 10 commandments, just like lying is.
I can see where you're going with this, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I think there's a difference between, for example, just like little white lies and just like big things.
How can you know that? How can you know the wrongness that God perceives in sins?
True, I'll be honest. That's just true.
Right, so then you're just speculating off of a moral standard that is something other than the objective moral standard that you have set forth when you say that you're a Catholic and you believe in this perfect, all-knowing God, okay? Right? Also, could you just tell what month you were born in?
February
February 2000 and what?
7.
That'd make you 18. Do you have a driver's license?
I do, yes.
Yeah, what does a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line mean? Okay, you were right, chat. You were right. She wasn't 18. All right, Jocko. 10 bands are still on the line here. You went on Google. You did your independent research. Can you name a policy yet that the Biden-Harris administration passed to cause like the record high, like 9% level of inflation?
Yeah, his fiscal planning, his fiscal budget, the reckless spending that he did, taking us away from energy independence to being reliant on other countries for energy. The record spending just caused out of control inflation.
Okay, here's the refutation. You said that they recklessly spent. That's not true. They spent half as much as Trump did in his first term, and this big, beautiful bill that Trump wants to get passed that is going to decrease the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, it spends almost twice as much as every dollar spent in the last 4 years under Biden on non-COVID related expenditure. False, wrong. And then you also said that they were bad for energy production in America. So the most oil ever produced in a single month under Donald Trump's first term was in December of 2019 at 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day. So they actually produced more than that for a year straight. They oversaw the most domestic production of oil in American history.
But
While they were in the executive branch of the government, America produced more oil than every other country on earth. And in fact, the level of imports of oil were lower under the Biden-Harris administration than they were under Donald Trump's first administration.
The proof of the Biden reckless spending is in the inflation. Record high inflation over 50 years.
Yeah, so the issue with your argument is you're just assuming that it was caused by how much money they spent. But if there was a direct correlation between spending money and high levels of inflation, well, then you'd be arguing right now that Donald Trump is going to recklessly spend $3.8 trillion on this big, beautiful bill, and it's going to cause more inflation than what we saw under. And it's going to cause. Do you? One second. Just answer my question. Do you think that Donald Trump is going to cause more inflation with this one policy, the big, beautiful bill, than they caused in the last 4 years, since it costs more than every dollar they spent on non-COVID related expenditure?
No.
Okay, well then you don't think that what the inflation was caused by was how much money they spent. Because how could you say that $2.2 trillion worth of spending caused a 9% record high level of inflation under Biden and Harris, but then when Donald Trump spends $3.8 trillion, it's going to cause record low levels of inflation?
Your projected costs of Trump's big, beautiful bill are correct. I believe that your statistics are wrong.
Okay, so you're just saying that that's wrong. Well, how about we look at something that you can't deny, speculatory? We're going to look at what he spent under his first administration, okay? And you can't deny that because that's history, right? So he signed $8.4 trillion worth of debt-related spending into law under his first administration. That was twice as much as what the Biden-Harris administration signed into law at $4.6 trillion. So if you think the amount of expenditure caused the inflation, this means, according to our hypothesis, we would have expected twice as much of inflation under Donald Trump's first term compared to what we saw under Biden and Harris. Did we see that?
We didn't see record inflation under Trump. We saw it under Biden.
So then your hypothesis of government expenditure being the mere factor in which causes inflation is incorrect.
I would agree. Well, no.
Got to fight harder for that 10K, buddy.
That was good. That was good. I'll give you that one. I don't have an answer for the inflation. I just know that Biden and Democrat policies typically lead to massive inflation. Maybe it has to do with all the social programming. Maybe it has to do with the mass influx of allowing illegal immigrants in. I'm not quite sure.
Can I just tell you what caused it?
Okay.
Yeah, it was a pandemic. My evidence is that the same inflation that we saw happen in America happened at the same time at similar levels of proportion in every other country on Earth. All
Well,
right?
it doesn't explain like similar democratic policies like under Carter when he had record inflation. There was no COVID.
Okay, sure. I can't debate you.
Energy independence.
I can't debate you on Carter. I can't debate you on Carter. I know nothing about his administration. I can debate you on the inflation that happened under Biden and Harris. Like just look. Okay, so let's compare our hypotheses. I think that the inflation under Biden and Harris was caused by the pandemic. You think that the inflation under Biden and Harris was caused by how much money they spent. Okay, well, the data that we know is that the Biden-Harris administration spent less than Trump in his first term, and that this inflation was global. Okay, obviously this data is going to go against your hypothesis because A, they spent less money than the presidency before them and there was less inflation under the presidency before them, and B, this wouldn't explain why that inflation was global. All right, now let's look at my hypothesis. I'm saying that the pandemic caused the inflation. Well, the pandemic was global, so this would explain why this inflation didn't just happen in America but in every other country on Earth. And yeah, that's why I think my hypothesis is more likely to be true than yours.
Well, maybe you should go look at the presidency of Carter and compare a lot of his policies to Biden. They're very similar.
Which ones?
Energy program, fiscal responsibility.
No, name the specific policies.
I don't have specifics.
Well, then how could we possibly know that they're similar if we can't compare them and can't compare the specifics to come to the conclusion that they are truly similar?
They are very similar.
How so?
If you go and research it, you'll see it.
10K?
I'm not an internet sensation like you. No.
Jocko, is there anything else you want to talk about here before I move on to the next guest?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks, man.
Have a good one. Have a good one. Yeah, Jocko was he was definitely pretty dense in the points that he was making. But at least he wasn't screaming at me the whole time.
Hello.
Echo?
Hello?
Sorry, man, you got an echo, so I got to move on. We're going to get that next guest up in the box right now. If you're part of the 10,000 people watching and you support Donald J. Trump, go ahead and let me know by spamming MAGA down below in that chat. We will get you up here to debate. Let's go to get that next guest. We'll load it into the stream right now. Also, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes. I'd also like to thank Mr. Mark for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Mr. Mark says, have a good conversation this stream. We're going to be going for it, Mr. Mark. Thank you for the $20, bro. Seriously, that is so kind of you, Mark. Can we please get 200 W marks down below? I really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the love. It means the world, Mark. It really does, man. As well as Brianna, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat saying, guys, I'm making a new playlist. Give me a music Rex, please. Chat, help her out. Let's go to get that next guest up here, guys. Go to drop a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. I'll pull you up here for a debate. While we're pulling that next guest up, also got to thank Charles for the $20 over on PayPal. Charles says, I've been listening to you for about a month now, and I'm so appreciative of your eloquence and intelligence. Thank you. Thank you, Charles. Thank you not only for the very kind $20 donation, but the very kind message. Dude, that is so kind. Shout out Mark and Charles. You guys are the best. Seriously, guys. Thank you so much for the love. Shout out
Oh,
Mark
Dean,
and
I didn't
Charles.
mean to request. I'm sorry. I love you.
No worries at all. No worries at all. Don't worry about it. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. Go ahead and let me know down below in that chat if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, guys. We're looking for that next guest. Yo, stop flexing, bro. You here?
Howdy. Can you hear me?
I can. Are you MAGA?
I am not particularly MAGA, but I did want...
No worries. You weren't showing up on the TikTok stream. I don't know why. That was a really weird glitch. All right, everybody. Guys, let me know if you're MAGA down below in that comment section. We'll get you pulled up here. Just looking for Trump supporters. Oh, my God. What's going on? Do you support Trump? They're not even here, bro. Okay, this is so annoying. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, please hop in the queue. Spam MAGA in that chat. Let me know that you want to join. I'll pull you up. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. It is so hard to find Trump supporters sometimes. I really just, I'm just so curious why these Trump supporters won't debate me. What's up, MK Nick? Are you guys MAGA?
Yeah, well, I've previously voted for Donald Trump during the 2022 election, but I'm not 100% sure if I'm still MAGA or if I'm independent, but I wouldn't go ahead.
How old are you?
I'm 18, born October 2006.
Nice, nice. Your mic is kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Is there any? Do you have like a Bluetooth device connected or anything? And they just left. Okay. What's going on, Jonathan? Do you support Trump?
I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. How old are you, man?
32.
32. Okay. What about you, King LJ? You MAGA?
I guess, sir.
Okay. All right. We're gonna go ahead and do a quick 1v2. Or would you guys like me to bring up more people? Should we do like a 1v3?
Yeah, man, whatever you got.
Oh, let's do 1v3. Why not?
I guess so.
Why not? Why not? Let's do a 1v3, right? Let's do a 1v3. If you want to be the third guest, let me know down below in that chat. Brandon, you support Trump?
No.
All right.
I do support,
Brandon, I got to
support
kick
MAGA. Mexican.
Oh, bro, you told me that you support MAGA right as I was kicking you. Hop back in the queue. Okay, stop flexing. So do you support Trump? Do you think he's an all right president?
I almost voted for him. Yeah.
Man, almost don't count. Come on.
Okay, stop flexing, bro. Your mic is kind of cutting out, so I'm just going to keep it down to 2. All right, guys. I guess it's just the two of you. Take it away. Why do you support the worst president of both of y'all's lifetimes, President Donald J. Trump?
Hey, you can take it first, bro. I want to listen.
So you want to know why we have support for Trump? Because I was really interested in all the topics you were just talking about with inflation, and I really liked that guest that came up. I guess she was Catholic. I guess she got booted, but she made some really interesting points. I've actually never heard anybody mention that they wanted church and state integrated.
That's more common than you think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Christian, but I've never heard that before, and I'm very anti-intersectional. I think we should stay separate. But there are various reasons why I've supported Trump in this last election.
Yeah, well, let's go over them. Why do you think he's a good president? Let's touch on them, Jonathan.
Well, I can tell you why I believe he got my vote. I would say during the climate that we had in the United States at that time was a very volatile climate. There was a lot being pushed, and I will say his campaign was very strong on they're going to imprison me and for the crimes that he had committed. Some of these things seemed alleged. In my opinion, there wasn't enough evidence to push that he was a criminal. It did seem sort of like a witch hunt. And then after the attempted assassination, that really swayed me to think that there was such a pull from the opposition that it felt like an injustice to not vote this man in. But I can tell you that's not the only reason I vote for him on policy. But
okay, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Jonathan. So you came up here, I was expecting to hear, like a decent argument about like why you support Trump, but then you just ended up telling me, well, man, he got shot in the ear. I had to vote for him. He got shot in the ear. So if Kamala Harris got shot in the ear, you'd be riding with the left, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I could see that there was a vicious, opposition coming from one side that would be violent, that would promote violence. Me as a father, I look to myself and I go, I don't.
Wait. So you understand that it was a registered Republican, Thomas Crooks, that shot Trump, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of different things that are coming up about this guy. His whole house was scrubbed clean. There's a lot of weird things.
So you think that like the left like promoted violence against Trump? They were like, go kill him?
I think so. Yeah, I think they said
yeah,
something happened to this guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to clarify on what the argument is. You're like, well, the left wanted him to die, so therefore I voted for him. Okay, well, first and foremost, I don't think that we really saw a push from like mainstream leftist politics calling for his death, right? I don't think that's true at all. And like a lot of like the rejection of Trump that we see on the left, it can be strong, but I think that's because of how bad he is. You know what I mean? Like, how strong was the rejection of Hitler, for instance? Very strong. Does this mean that you would have supported Hitler because so many people disdained him and disliked him so much? Like, hopefully not. Like, there's a lot of really good reasons why people don't like Trump either. Like, he's an adjudicated rapist, a convicted felon. I mean, due to supporting economic policy that is going to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich. Dude called
Yeah.
for a ban of all new Muslims coming into America in 2015.
You can get my mic
This
on.
dude passed economic reform during his first term, in which spent $1 trillion on tax cuts for the top 1% of income earners. He has denounced all support for humanitarian aid to the victim of an ethnic cleansing in Ukraine. He wants to personally go into the Gaza Strip and ethnically cleanse the 1.2 million people that live there while giving them no right to return. This guy said that you could racially profile immigrants. He's been sending America into a constitutional crisis. In 2020, he literally tried to rig and steal an election from Joe Biden and then admitted to it. See, these are all massive reasons why people on the left reject Donald Trump. All right?
I mean,
And I just want to make sure that your argument is you don't evaluate, right, the validity or soundness of any of these reasons. You don't care that I possess really good reason to hate the guy. You don't care that he launched the largest internal
I'm
attack
just
on
trying to
American
put you in the
democracy since the
mindset
Civil
of
War.
somebody.
But it's just the fact that people hate him that you were like, therefore, I got to support him.
Right. So you mean you're asking why we voted for Trump or why people would have voted for Trump?
I'm
at
asking
this
you
time?
why you support Trump. Yeah.
Are you talking about this current point? You know, there's things that I do.
That's it. That's it. Why you
No.
voted for him in the election, or why you support him today. But I just want to clarify. Imagine that you're like high school and there's a school bully that everybody hates because they pick on the smaller children. Does this mean that you would have automatically been a friend of the school bully just because everybody else didn't like them?
Excuse me. Can you mute me right quick? I have to go run inside. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Just to clarify, if you were in school, you'd be friend with the school bully because everybody else hated him.
I mean, that's not what I was proposing to you. I'm saying at this point in time, whenever the election was happening, he gained so much traction among the American people for various different reasons. We were looking at what was going on with the border. We were looking at what was going on with the global conflicts around the world. And we saw President Biden just sitting there. In most people's opinion, we were like, what is this guy going to do about the global situation that we see in front of us? And then you've got Donald Trump saying, you know what, these guys are coming after me. And you're like, well, is this a witch hunt? And then you start to see some concrete evidence that it does seem
So
as if.
can you just tell me why he was a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Well, I didn't have enough of an opportunity to get to see her as a candidate. I think the Democratic Party, if they were smart, would have had an open primary instead of just forcing somebody down our throats.
Okay,
and saying,
so you have you have no true like disputes of Kamala
I have no
Harris and the
disputes.
platform that she ran
I
on.
think if the
And you have
Democrats
no
were
real.
smart, they
do
would
you
have
mind
run
if
a
I do you mind if I speak real quick? So I just want to clarify. You cannot qualify reasons why Donald Trump was a better candidate in the election compared to Kamala Harris when looking at things such as their character, their domestic policy, or their foreign policy. I just want to clarify that you didn't do any research about the campaigns and the platforms that they ran on, insofar as what they wanted to do for America, and you can't arbitrate one reason why Donald Trump's platform was better than hers.
well, so for me, it was familiarity. I knew who he was. I knew what I was picking when I saw him. I didn't know anything about Kamala Harris. All I
Okay,
saw
what
was
were you picking for? What did you vote for? Tell me your favorite Trump policy that made you vote for him.
America First was strong for me.
Okay,
I thought we-
what specific policies did he run on that were quote unquote America first?
You know, it's a very touchy subject, but I believe that we needed to secure our borders. Now, I don't agree that we should be going to lengths of deporting everybody for various things. I think there has to be some regulation in this. However, the idea of let's just let as many people in as we can and then house them in hotels, I think that really just came across kind of like a slap to the American people that have been working so hard to make their own lives work out.
So you think that the Biden-Harris administration was housing undocumented immigrants in hotels? What hotels?
I think there was some evidence coming out. There was some evidence coming out that there were, if you look at what was going on in New York in particular, you know, you've got
like
people,
in particular, like the Roosevelt Hotel?
that were being shipped there from the Texas government. They were getting over, and they were also being kind of propagated by the media. But at the same
So
time,
I just want to clarify that the individuals in which had housing in New York, such as the Roosevelt Hotel, were not undocumented immigrants. They're actually legal immigrants. They were asylum seekers. So your claim that they were undocumented immigrants is false.
I mean, I don't think that's true. I think what you're saying is,
Okay, well, sure. Would you please give me a shred of fucking evidence that undocumented immigrants received housing benefits in this country?
I can try to pull it up right now, but you know,
For sure,
that's
do it,
I
please.
don't, Yeah, but I think where you're trying to get across is saying that there was no undocumented immigrants coming across the country at that time, and that is disingenuous to the conversation.
Are you like lying like this intentionally? Like, do you seriously think that's what I'm saying? When I'm saying that, like, your claim that undocumented immigrants were given housing in places like New York in the Roosevelt Hotel, when I say that's false and that's not the case, but rather that housing was given to asylum seekers because for their first 12 months of residency they don't have the illegal ability to work, and they're also not undocumented immigrants; they're legal immigrants. You think that's me saying that there was no undocumented immigrants that came into the country? Are you truly like that much of a weasel, a spineless weasel that has to lie about what I'm saying?
No, I'm just calling it out for what I'm seeing from where
Wait,
you're.
tell me how you could get from me saying that no, places like the Roosevelt Hotel in New York, they were actually given to legal immigrants, asylum seekers. Let me know how you could get from that point to the point that therefore I don't think any undocumented immigrants came in America in the last 4 years.
Well, do you see where I'm coming from at all? Do you see how this could be a stance?
I don't see where you're coming from. Connect the
Trump
dots.
supporters would support Trump at this point.
No, please, sir. I'm serious. Please connect the dots between what I said and what you took away from what I said. Connect the dots between what I said, that places like the Roosevelt Hotel were housing, but not for undocumented immigrants. They're housing for legal immigrants like asylum seekers. And then connect the dots to the conclusion that you yielded from what I said by saying that, Dean, you're saying that no undocumented immigrants came in America. Connect the dots.
Well, you're also saying that each and every person that was stationed at the Roosevelt Hotel was an asylum seeker, and perhaps maybe in this specific instance there is some evidence to prove what you're saying, but there was anecdotal evidence across the country to prove that it was not just happening on certain point-by-point cases. This was happening by and large across
Name
the
one
United
federal program that gives any money to undocumented immigrants.
I believe a lot of our. Okay, so
name it.
here. Okay, so I think at this point we can say that you're able to get government assistance with a issued ID. Okay. However,
so what government assistance are undocumented immigrants
the way that
eligible
these
for?
undocumented immigrants are gaining their ID is they're using social security numbers from other people, and that's how you were able to get an ID to where they're able to get the federal aid. And it's unfortunate that it has to turn into these kind of situations, but on paper, yes, these people sometimes will come over and take either a dead person or a young person.
So I just want to clarify that under this view, basically what you're saying is that there was no expenditure given to undocumented immigrants. There was funding and services given to citizens, but then undocumented immigrants stole it from the citizens. Did you know that you are around 4 times more likely to commit a crime such as identity fraud compared to an undocumented immigrant?
I believe both can happen at the same time.
No, natural U.S.-born citizens are 3 to 4 times more likely to commit crimes like identity fraud than undocumented immigrants. Like, you are more likely to go out there and use somebody's social security number in order to get benefits like Social Security, Medicaid, or Medicare compared to an undocumented immigrant. My source is PNAS. They've been tracking crime stats.
I'm just trying to offer you this is what we can see happens.
Buddy, can you listen to me? You are 3 to 4 times more likely to commit a crime such as identity fraud to receive benefits from the government than an undocumented immigrant. My source would be PNAS, who's been tracking crime rates in this country since the 70s, and consistently, in every category, undocumented immigrants have been significantly less likely to commit compared to natural U.S.-born citizens.
I'm not arguing with those statistics.
Okay. Then you don't have an argument at all, right? Because you're the one that said that undocumented immigrants were receiving benefits from the government. I called you out on your shit. I was like, what
You're
programs?
calling me out before I even get to offer you. You ask why people.
Don't interrupt me. I called you out on your shit. I said, what programs benefit undocumented immigrants? And then you couldn't name a program. You were stun-locked. You had no clue what to say. So then you're like, well, actually, they were stealing the identity of citizens and getting the benefits. Okay, I know you don't have any evidence of that, but I have evidence that they're 4 times less likely to steal the identity of a citizen than you. And then we're back to square one, right back to your claim to justify that undocumented immigrants received any types of social benefits whatsoever in this country. And the moment you give up is the moment I'll explain how much they receive in benefits, how much they pay in taxes, and what their net contribution / takeaway from the American economy is.
Right. I'm just trying to offer you just an insight of why people would vote for Trump. I know it doesn't seem like a logical reason, I guess, where you're coming from. But at that time, we were looking at a national problem, is what it was portrayed as, is what it seemed. And there had to be some action to back up the fact that we were seeing such a crisis.
Okay, well, I'm asking you to argue that what you're saying is true. Okay, are you capable of doing that?
So are you saying that there was no problem at the border?
Well, I'm saying that you claim that undocumented immigrants receive benefits like food, housing, or cash assistance are false.
This is inherently true, and it's odd to me that we have to argue this. There is, at least in Texas, there is absolutely no way for you to get these benefits without having some form of identity. You have to have proof of income. You have to have your social security number. You have to
Do
have.
undocumented immigrants have SSNs?
They have different. It's not the same.
Exactly. They don't have SSNs, so they can't get those federal benefits. You made my
Right.
point for me.
No, but what we're seeing is it does happen.
No, it doesn't. It does not happen. Undocumented immigrants literally cannot have social security numbers. Social security numbers
I
can be
don't
given
think
to
that
citizens,
legally do.
legal
I don't think-
residents,
we're not
and some
gonna- we're not
people
gonna
working on
demonize the
legal
entire
work
group.
permits.
You know, I'm a Hispanic myself, so I'm not going to demonize an entire group of people. I just believe that this was a problem that happened. This
Okay,
is a
well,
problem-
I'm telling you that it didn't, and you just agreed. Undocumented immigrants cannot have social security
I
numbers
said
in America.
they can't, but I'm not saying that it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen because they can't. Okay, listen.
Just because
If
you
I
something
can't
happen
fucking
doesn't mean
if I can't fucking grow wings and fly to the moon, will I ever happen to grow wings and fly to the moon?
Your argument, it's like saying, hey, we banned guns in this area. There should be no guns. Just because you shouldn't be doing something doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
But the thing is that you are implying here that there's like illegal means to own a gun, right? Which there is, but there's not illegal means to obtain a legal social security number that
There
identifies
is.
yourself.
There is. I'm telling you, I know for a fact.
You cannot illegally attain a legal social security number that identifies you. No. You could like illegally steal somebody else's identity. Okay, but that's not your goddamn social security number. Right? There's no illegal way to legally obtain a social security number that identifies yourself. You dense
There's no legal way.
motherfucker.
There's no legal way. But there is an illegal
You
way.
cannot illegally obtain a legal SSN that identifies you as you.
It does. It's not you. That's you.
So
assume
so identity fraud. So you're basically saying that all of these undocumented immigrants are committing identity fraud to receive these benefits. How many?
I don't have an exact.
Yeah,
number
get the
for you.
fuck out of here, you spineless piece of shit. That's what I thought. I'm so sorry. You're pissing me off for some goddamn reason, so I'm just gonna kick you and choose my own fucking piece. I just
All right,
hate
man.
it when people will come up here and give me the most weaselly arguments ever. Like, you make the claim that every other Trump supporter alive makes, okay? You're like, undocumented immigrants in America receive these benefits from our government, okay? We see Fox News saying the same shit for like for 35 hours a day, okay? We see Trump say it. We see Facebook say it. We see Newsmax say it. We see everybody say that undocumented immigrants receive housing, receive cash assistance, receive Medicaid and Medicare and food stamps and SNAP and EBT, and our government is just fucking pumping all of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars down their fucking throats to keep them alive and just let them coast, laddie-laddie-do, and have a high quality of life and do whatever the fuck they want, even though they illegally entered, right? That's the lie that the conservative media will tell you. The truth is that they don't receive any of those benefits. They pay $100 billion per year in taxes. If anything, they subsidize citizens. Citizens don't subsidize them because they pay so much in taxes. They pay more proportionate to citizens because they can't file for a return, and then they don't get access to benefits like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. And I guess the reason why I got so pissed off at that last guest, and I can apologize for getting so pissed off. I understand that I'm in a mood today, is because instead of being like, Dean, yeah, you're actually right. You've given me the facts. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for these benefits, and this is obviously propaganda that Fox News, Newsmax, Facebook, and Telegram and Trump have been stuffing down my throat just to get me to support them. Instead, they're like, well, I guess you're right, but it's also true that all of these undocumented immigrants are committing identity fraud and are just stealing the benefits, right? It's just such like a Weasley counterargument. And then I even like disputed that counterargument by pointing out the fact that they're 3 to 4 times less likely to commit crimes compared to citizens according to PNAS. He completely ignores that statistic and then then he goes right back down to the basis of still yet arguing that he's right no matter what I have to say, because they're still committing the identity fraud, even though they can't give evidence. Holy fucking shit. We're going to go ahead and just talk to King. I'm sorry that got me heated so much. It's just like, oh, when you just try your hardest to be a member of a cult, when you're just like putting your toes, you're like 10 toes down in the sand and willing to defend your delusions no matter what, even if they're false, and perpetuate active harm against real people, just to uphold a narrative to scare people into supporting fascism, identifying an enemy as a unifying cause. It angers me. But you know what? Maybe I just need to drink more of my goddamn coffee and calm the hell down. All right, I'm going to try to be nice to you now. What's going on, King? I'm going to sit back. I'm going to start coasting a little bit, hit my anxiety pin. Tell us why you support
You
Trump.
good, bro. All right, hello? Can you hear me? I'm in the car.
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you driving?
Okay, cool, good, because my mic ain't moving on what you call it out. But, hey, do you want to...
Real quick, are you driving?
No, I'm just sitting in the car.
Perfect, go ahead.
All right, cool. Do you want to talk to your live first,
No, man, I'm all good. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, cool. All right. All right. So I'm not that articulate in politics, so forgive me. But can I give off two small points of one being to answer your question and two of let's just say why I am conservative?
Yeah, just tell us.
Is that fine?
Yeah, just why you support Trump, like why you're MAGA.
All right. Trump wise, it's like, hey, I voted for Joe Biden because at first, Trump's first 4 years, I thought he was a bigot, a racist, assholes, blase. He's just this rich white guy in a suit, looking at women, blase. And then I voted for Joe Biden being my first president that I voted for. But so I voted for Trump because I did not see the vision in Biden at all.
You used to be so base because everything that you just said about Trump is very true.
Somewhat, yeah, I do see I don't think he's racist, not at all, but I do see how people who are rich, they feel like they the big dogs,
I could give you a really good reason why I think he's racist.
All right, hold to that point. We can go there. All right, but to finish it all off, because just for time's sake, with Trump now, I can see the vision. Regardless after this last 4 years he got, I can see the vision. When he said during Biden term that these other countries do not support America or they're scared to make business with America because they don't like Biden, I can see how it all changed when Trump in his first 130 days in office. So when he went, not the big beautiful bill, what was it? When he placed all those tariffs, Liberation Day. Yeah. When he did Liberation Day, you can see how, let's just say Apple came down here to invest $500 billion, Hyundai, I guess, not Honda, Hyundai, right? $20 billion, and all these such and such companies now willing to make deals with America. We didn't really see that with Biden. Small example is how Trump went to the Middle East and he made deals with the three countries down there. Mainly, I think Saudi Arabia. I think they lended the most or invested the most through them, something like that. You can see the difference of, and we can make a joke out of it, especially you, because I get your side. It's like how the prince, laid it out on a red carpet for Trump. But when Biden came and shook his hand, but when Biden went down there, he dapped him up and that's called it a day. You know what I'm saying? We can see the difference in that. So that's one point. Small point is
can I respond to what you've said so far?
Yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
All right. So I still want to be able to give you an argument that he's racist, but I first want to respond to the last thing that you brought up there about Donald Trump's ability and success in getting more investment into American manufacturing. So one of the things that you pointed out there was an investment from Apple of $500 million. So Apple's actually announced these $500 million investments after the last 3 inaugurations. Both after Donald Trump's first inauguration, Biden's inauguration, and now Donald Trump's second inauguration. They've never followed through with these investments, and I think the only reason why they've announced them is to try to get on the good side of the people with power. I mean, listen, Apple was the first company to hit a market cap of over $1 trillion. They know how to do business, and they know how important politics can be in doing business. So they're going to try to stay on the good side of whoever's in power, right? And then you went on to talk about Hyundai, a couple $1 billion investments there, and then a couple other countries. Well, here's my thought. Donald Trump has taken a massive loss as it relates to investment into American manufacturing, okay? He has now stagnated investment into American manufacturing when it was booming every financial quarter under the Biden-Harris administration. So when he's able to secure a couple smaller W's, like a couple billion from here, a couple billion from there, he's going to make sure to make a big deal out of it. Now, I'll actually show you how he stagnated investment in American manufacturing. This is coming from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. This is investment in American manufacturing. What we see under the Biden-Harris administration.
One second on that point, because I'm very sensitive to. You can pull it up. I'm just very sensitive to sources, because it's the source that you're showing me, like a Democratic source or Republican source or a independent.
So
just being honest.
I mean, if you want the best idea of the bias that the source would have, if anything, it would be right-leaning, since this is a Federal Reserve Bank, and the current chairman of the Federal Reserve was appointed by Trump in his first term. But I don't think that there's going to be any bias in the data that they're showing, because at the end of the day, it's just that. It's data, right? It's data that represents the amount of money invested into American manufacturing every financial quarter. Now, this is coming from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis is pulling their data from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. And what we see under the Biden-Harris administration was that investment into American manufacturing boomed, right? But then when Donald Trump wins the election, when Donald Trump is inaugurated, look at that, the direction it's heading in. It goes stagnant as fuck. So actually, the Biden-Harris administration was significantly better for investment into American industries than Trump is.
Okay, so go back to that list again, because I had a similar argument. So go to that, go down. Yeah, 2021. That's Biden's first 4 years right there, 2021 to the 2024. I like how you pulled this up, right? It's like it's like they finally decided. Let's just say inflation. Does inflation play along with this chart?
No, so that's going to be real investment, meaning that it accounts for inflation.
Okay, cool. It's just like it took their last year of their 4, for them to start doing something that goes within towards investment and gas prices, because like their 3rd or 4th year, gas prices went down under them just a little bit, not a lot, right? Because it was I didn't see stats all over the country, but I'm in Mississippi. Our gas prices was like $3. Now it's down to 2 something, right? But I overheard on my sources that they finally decided to push out their agenda on investments their last year before Trump, came back into office.
What do you say? So they actually, the investment into American manufacturing started booming mid-2022. And this happened to be the same point when our economy finally got over the economic hurdle set forth by the pandemic. So this had nothing to do with like acceleration in their last year. This just had to do, once they were finally able to rebound from the pandemic, they had a clean slate. They performed very well with a clean slate. And then once again, as I just showed you on that graph, it all went stagnant the moment Trump won the election and walked into office for the first quarter of this year. Blame it all on him. And once again, it was also stagnant under his first administration. If we look at investment in American manufacturing under his first term, it was actually lower the day he left office compared to the day he went into office, even if we ignore COVID.
Yeah. So COVID for both presidents, 2019 and 2020, I believe, right? 2021, 2020, probably. I'm going to leave it at that because, it's a pandemic. The whole world is screwed up.
Wait. I said ignoring the pandemic.
Right. No. This is my point. So let's just say, okay, Trump walked into office his first term with lower inflations anyway, right?
Why are we talking about inflation? We're talking about real investment into American manufacturing.
No, and investments, right? Because investments, inflation. I get if it's different. I got you. It's like they didn't. If you hear my point, it's like they didn't have to. He didn't have to do too much because this first 3 years, investment, he didn't have to put much investment because inflation was low, houses was affordable, and stuff, situations like that. Because let's just say Barack Obama. So he walked into a good system, and it takes a smart person, and it takes smart people around him to maintain it. I don't think a dumbass can go walk into a lower inflation and they put it in
Wait, so are you
bad.
just saying that it was a bad thing that we had a boom in investment under Biden and Harris,
No.
and it's a
Oh, no.
good thing that we have a stagnation in investment under Trump? I'm just I just don't want to try to stray too far away from the point that you made that I was responding to there. You made the point that he's good for investment into American manufacturing, and I showed you that every
yeah.
single time he's been president, it's been stagnant, including this term. Meanwhile, when the Democrats were in office, it went boom. So could you just respond to that? You said he's good for
So
investment. I disproved that. I showed that he's bad for investment. Every time he's been president, it's gone stagnant. But when the Democrats were in office, it was really good.
I'm trying to separate it, right? Because it's like,
What are you
like
what are you
now.
saying?
So watch this. It's like effort. Let's just say effort. He has to put more effort into the investment
What
in
are you-
this
what are you-
term because
what are
of
you, what are you saying? Like I'm sorry, man. I don't know what you're saying. I'm really confused.
because if our economy in let's just say Barack Obama's and Trump's first term was good, how much effort does he need to continue to put into it if our cost of living is low,
I don't know that,
etc.?
I don't know the point that you're making. But like I just want you to respond to the fact that you said he was good for investment, but since his term started, it's gone stagnant from what was a boom for the last 3 years. Can you respond to that?
Okay, fine. Because how I see it, Joe Biden didn't make these type of investments that Trump is doing now.
Because he made better ones. He made better investments.
Because let's say the tariffs, they are scared of tariffs, right? Joe Biden Joe Biden kept a few tariffs that Trump did in his first. And then after that, and then he didn't. You lose. Hold on, my bad. Let me concentrate.
Like basically, what I'm saying is that like Biden was really good for investment into American manufacturing. He just didn't make that big of a show about it because the Democrats kind of sucked with their messaging. And then Trump is significantly worse for investment into American manufacturing. But even when he gets the small W's, he makes a big pomp and puts on this huge show. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want you to respond to.
Repeat the last part.
Biden was really good for investment into American manufacturing.
How so? How comes? Please show me.
I did.
What did he invest?
Oh,
specifically is what I'm.
Yeah, for sure. He specifically invested $1 trillion into American infrastructure. He invested $800 million into the VA. He invested $50 million into American chip production. So we'll go from producing 1% of the global chip supply to 30% in the next 5 years, as well as just because he created an investor's economy, rebounding from COVID. It was a great opportunity for people to get into the market and see successes because we rebounded faster and quicker than any other country in the G7, that it was just a good market that incentivized and promoted investment because of a great management of the economic conditions at the time. So that's why.
All right. And then with the investments, how did it benefit us as Americans, citizens?
Yeah,
generally,
sure. It gave us the fastest drops in inflation compared to any other country to the G7 proportionately. It gave us the quickest economic return with like rather low expenditure. I mean, like Biden and Harris caught the brunt of responding to the pandemic, yet they were still able to spend half as much as Trump did in his first 4 years. And they just incentivized like a really quick rebound. I mean, we went from like 40 years market lows to all-time highs before they left office, and so on. I mean, they created 16 million new jobs over the administration. Even when we factor for COVID, the jobs lost by COVID under Trump's first term, and the jobs bounced back from COVID under Biden and Harris, they still created like 300,000 more jobs per month compared to Trump. I mean, yes, man. We also produced the most oil that we ever have as a country at any point ever before.
Oil was high as okay, but go ahead, I'm listening.
Right, so like these were all like the good outcomes.
Energy was also high, but okay, go ahead.
But that wasn't because of Biden and Harris. That was because we sanctioned Russian oil, right? Because of their invasion of Ukraine.
And what? So that makes all right. So none of that didn't affect anything because we were still in inflation, sir. Our grocery prices was still skyrocketed. Walmart, I paid $250 right? So no, none of that benefited us at all, or at all. So we did not see no improvements. We only saw slight improvements his last term.
I choose peace.
We only saw his.
I choose peace. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. I choose peace, everybody. We're gonna go to get Mason up on the stream. If you're part of the 9.2 thousand people listening in, guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. Everybody, what's going on, Mason? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Cookie Monks, you.
Job, get one. Moving on, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest up in the live, y'all. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Lindsay says, been listening to you over for a month while working. I really appreciate what you do. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Guys, show some love to Lindsay down below in that chat while we get the next guest up here. Everybody, shout out to Lindsay. As well as Charles. Once again, I did thank you a little bit ago. Just thought I'd say thank you again. Thank you, Charles. But everybody, seriously, show some love to Lindsay down below right now. Also, John with the $20 over on Venmo. He says, keep up the good work, Dean. Thank you, John. Show some love to Lindsay and John down below in that chat. Huge shout out to Lindsay and John. As well as Benjamin with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Benjamin. Everybody, once again, let me know if you're a MAGA double in that chat. I will get you up here to debate. But yeah, huge shout out to Benjamin. They see, Dean, I love what you're doing. Thank you so much for the love, Benjamin. And Erica, thank you for the $20 of Venmo. Erica says, hey, Dean, I was curious if you've ever brought up the fact that Trump buried his first wife on a golf course so he could get a tax break. Just another point that he's a total piece of shit. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I've heard that before, but I forgot about it. Thank you so much for just sending that in a donation on Venmo. So now I can keep that in mind to bring up when people say that he cares about women. Fucking hell. Thank you so much, not only for the $20, but also just for including that in the message. Thank you, guys. But anyways, huge shout out to Lindsay, John, Benjamin, and Erica, y'all. And hey, if you're watching and you like what you see, you enjoy these streams, and you like to support these streams so I can continue to do them for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can support me and support the streams through my Venmo, my PayPal, and you could find my Venmo, my PayPal through the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. And you could also find them if you're watching on YouTube through the pin message or the link in the description of the stream. What's going on, Flip? Do you support Trump? All right, while we're getting the next guest up here, let me know if you're MAGA down below in that chat, guys. We're still just looking for the next guest. Okay.
How's it going?
What's up, Johnny? You support Trump?
Yeah. What do you? I'm curious. What do you think about Elon Musk?
I have a lot of thoughts on Elon Musk. I think that Elon Musk, doesn't really know much about politics, and he's not that smart of a guy, and that he's done a lot of harm, not only to America.
You don't think he's a smart guy?
Arguably, I don't think he's the smartest, no.
I mean, he started a rocket company, an electric car company.
Yeah,
pretty smart.
Well, I will say, I think that he's made some smart investments, right?
Investments?
But I also think he's made a lot of dumb investments.
Your claim is he's not a smart guy. He's chief engineer at a private rocket company, the only one to ever be created. He's not just an investor. He's the chief engineer.
He's a chief engineer?
He's the chief engineer at SpaceX.
So do you think that he's personally involved with the engineering of the rockets?
Yes! That is what he spends all his time doing. He is the chief engineer. He engineers the rockets. He literally changed the entire design of the rocket to be steel. He's constantly the one making the major decisions.
Okay. I'm not sure if that's true. Do you mind if I speak? I'm not sure that's true. Everybody,
what's your source?
Oh my, Johnny, what are you doing?
What?
You're interrupting me after I just asked you not to. Just calm down. Let me finish speaking.
Bro, what's your claim that he...
No, stop. I just need you to acknowledge that you've interrupted me every time I've opened my mouth, and I don't want you to do that.
You can try to avoid these questions by saying this. Just answer it.
You interrupted me again, right there. Okay, Johnny, and you're doing it again. I'm just going to have to put you on mute. So you said that he's a chief engineer, and that makes him a smart guy. Okay, I'm not so sure that he's a chief engineer. But if he is, assuming that you're telling the truth, here's my thoughts. This means that I think he's smart in some ways. All right. You got to have some intelligence in some niches in order to be the chief engineer of an aerospace company. That's obviously true. But I also just think he's really dumb in other ways, okay? If you go to a doctor, for instance, how smart are they going to be able to tell you how to fix a broken TCM in the transmission of a 2020 Chevy Corvette, all right? They're going to be stupid as it relates to that, all right? They're not going to be able to tell you whatsoever. right? Just like even if you go to Elon Musk, somebody that might be the chief engineer of an aerospace company. Once again, I'm not convinced he's an engineer at all. I don't think that necessarily implies that he's going to be the smartest person in the world as it applies to politics. And I think that he's kind of proven that. I think that he's kind of proven that he's pretty dumb as it relates to politics. You know, like I think it's a pretty dumb thing to support the AfD in Germany. I think it's a pretty dumb thing to say that you want to cut wasteful government expenditure, but then inevitably your department costs more to run than the amount that they're cutting. And this government, this office is being run under Trump, who is a wasteful spender in of itself and has deleted all of the progress that Doge has quote unquote made with one bill through Congress. And then Elon Musk finally addressed that. But basically, in summation, in response to your original question, what are my thoughts on Elon Musk? I think he can be intelligent in some ways. I think he's done good things. Like for instance, investing in his internet company, where he has all of like the satellites in space, and he could give super high quality internet to anywhere on Earth. That's an awesome innovation. I think I'm so happy that somebody with a lot of money invested money into that. Starlink is like awesome, dude. I love Starlink. But then I just think that he's also really fucking stupid in a lot of other ways.
Okay, sorry. You talking really long paragraphs, and then you get mad at me for interrupting when I got your point a few minutes ago. So do you admit that you probably don't know very much about Elon Musk, considering the fact you didn't even know he was an engineer, which is like 90% of what he does?
I think I know enough to say that he's really smart in some ways and really stupid and dangerous in other ways.
Okay, but you didn't even know he was an engineer. This is like super basic information on him.
Okay,
Like,
assuming that he's an engineer, I don't need to know that he's an engineer to know that he's smart in some ways and dumb in other ways. Typically, the ways that I think he's smart in is the investments that he's made in companies like Starlink.
Me and muted me, which you specifically asked me not to do to you, and then you did it right back to me. So you're being hypocritical.
So you could call that hypocrisy. That's fine. Let's focus on the substance of the conversation. Okay. I'm fine with that being labeled
When
as
you interrupt me, let's focus on the substance. When I interrupt you, I'm a bad person. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
It is my live. It is my live. And you interrupted me to be a jackass. I interrupted you because you were intentionally misrepresenting what I said after I repeated it 3 times.
Okay, so this is very dishonest what you're doing right now.
Wait. I wouldn't say that he's an engineer. What degree does he have in engineering?
You don't need a degree in engineering to know engineering.
Yes, you do. Okay, Johnny, can we get back to the debate instead of rage baiting here? So, like actual politics.
Yeah, W. Kenna for that one. I'd actually like to clarify. You absolutely do need a degree.
Keep telling you to me. Who's the chief engineer at SpaceX? Look it up. Chief engineer.
Yeah, he gave himself that title on paper because he owns the LLC. That doesn't make him an engineer. If you interrupt me, I'm going to kick you, Johnny. So I know what makes there you go. Yap. Hey, Johnny, shut the fuck up. I will let you speak as soon as I'm done. Holy fuck.
Bro, you interrupt me, but then let's get
fine. Everybody, let the baby whine.
Interrupt you, I'm a bad person. This is so ridiculous. If you think you need a degree to understand physics, by the way, he has a degree in physics, which what do you think engineering is? It's physics. Then you don't understand a single thing about how the world works. Engineering doesn't change whether or not you have a degree. It's about whether or not you have the knowledge how to be an engineer. You can literally read any book he's done or look at any project he's done. It's engineering.
Great. So the baby stopped whining. Thank you so much. So actually,
now we're going to insults.
Oh my God. Okay, speak more. Fine, get it out.
No, you insulted me, which is intellectually dishonest and means that you're not thinking logically anymore and you're getting emotional. So let's try to think logically and not just go to insults like a child, and let's actually try to have a logical discussion here without emotions being involved if you're able to do that.
Bruh, I'm sorry. It's not my fault that you're whining, but I'm definitely going to call it out when I see it.
And there it is again, going straight to insults.
Another interruption. Let me know when you're done, bruh. Holy fuck. Let me know when you're done.
Let me know when you're done.
Fucking Mick Yapperson down here.
Logical thinking human being that's not under the age of 15. Let me know when you can have a logical thinking discussion.
Honestly,
are you now ready to have a logical discussion without going to emotional insults?
Man, I've been ready. I'm just waiting for you to stop talking.
Okay, perfect. Let's go.
Perfect. So first and foremost, you're calling me illogical for my reference. Oh God, Johnny, do I need to mute you?
I said one word. And you
Yeah,
threw up your
exactly. It was
entire-
one word that interrupted what I said. So you're calling me illogical for saying that you're whining. I'm not going to lie, Johnny. I think that is the most logical, valid, and sound claim that I have made since I started this damn live stream, okay? I understand that you don't like that word, okay? It makes you defensive because it's aggravating to be called out for what you're doing, but it is absolutely a logically consistent, intellectually coherent, and sound fact of reality to say that you're whining like a baby, okay? So I don't want you to promote this idea that I'm automatically illogical and emotional for like calling you a whiny baby. I mean, that's like me saying that the sun is shining really, really bright and warm today when it's 120 degrees out. I'm just calling the shots for what they are. Okay? But anyways, moving on to the substance of our conversation, you told me that you don't need a degree in engineering in order to be an engineer. So that's actually not true. Okay? So to be an engineer, right? Legally speaking, in all 50 states, there are qualifications and standards just like being a doctor or a lawyer, right? In order to be a doctor, you need to go to med school, okay? In order to be a lawyer, you have to pass the bar. And in order to be an engineer, you have to have a PE, a professional engineering license, all right? That there's a license that is required to be a legally operable engineer in all 50 states. It's called a PE license, all right? I know because my father has one, right? And in order to get a PE license, you have to go to school for engineering, right? You have to get at least an undergrad, requiring 4 years, and then you have to pass the PE test. So if you want to say that you don't need to be a legally classified considered engineer, meaning you have the PE and you got the undergrad in engineering in order to be considered an engineer, okay, well, this is just like saying that you can be a lawyer without passing the bar. Or like saying you could be a doctor without going to med school. You could be an engineer without having a PE or an FE, right?
Am I now able to talk after your 5-minute rant?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, because once again, you go on these really, really, really long things that after I got the point 5 minutes ago, and then you say I'm interrupting you. Number one, it wasn't a logical fact that I was being a whiny baby. That is obviously just false. I was saying that you were a hypocrite, and then you called me a whiny baby because you were being a hypocrite. And moving furthermore, everything that you said was completely ridiculous. Maybe the technical qualifications for what you would consider to be an engineer is the only way to be an engineer, but that's false because the physics of reality do not change whether or not you have a degree. If you have an understanding of how physics works and how to use the programs that actually design things and create things, you are an engineer. I don't care what qualifications you have. If you can design a rocket and send it into space that nobody thought was even physically possible, then you're an engineer. Whether or not you know the law better than a lawyer, and that lawyer passed the bar, then you are now a lawyer, better than that lawyer is. I don't care what qualifications you have. And furthermore than that, you didn't even know that Elon Musk was chief engineer at SpaceX. That is his title, and he engineers the rockets. So if his title is chief engineer, he engineers the rockets, and he designs the rockets, and you're saying he's not an engineer, now that is ridiculous.
Great. Thank you so much for your response. Yeah, for sure. You could say that you could be an engineer without a PE or an FE, but once again, that's just like saying you could be a lawyer without passing the bar. And I think that you even brought up in your last statement that you agree with that, and I just think that's like an intelligible position. I don't really think anybody will really care. Honestly, I have a task for you. I want you to go to your state engineering board, you know, where you get the PE or the FEs from, and I want you to ask that state engineering board if you could be an engineer without one of their licensees. Okay,
So
what they will do,
definitions of engineer.
what they will do is they will laugh at you and then they'll hang up, right? Or go to any engineer with a PE, right? Go to any engineer with a PE and say, if you could do what they could do, You legally can't. Actually, you cannot legally classify yourself as an engineer and run like a consulting company. Let's say for like foundational work on like construction. You cannot do that without a PE license. You'll get fined, and if you don't pay the fine, you will be imprisoned. Funny enough. Anyways. Obviously, like you said, we have different definitions of how we classify and consider engineers, doctors, and lawyers. I think more people are going to agree with mine than yours. But whatever. I want to move on to the second thing that you said. You said, well, because his job title is head engineer, this must mean that he's an engineer. So I could pay $10, and in 3 hours from now, I could make a new LLC, and I can make my title dictator of the world. Okay? That doesn't mean that I actually am the dictator of the world. That just means that I wrote down my job title on a piece of paper as dictator of the world. Okay? But now that we've moved on from these more minuscule points, I want you to respond to the big point. That being that you asked me for my thoughts on Elon Musk, and I said, I think he's smart in some ways, and I think he's dumb in other ways. All right, that's the big point. That was the big, grander response to your first question. And honestly, I think it's crazy that we're still stuck on this first question, because we should be debating about why you support Trump, but you would rather debate me on the legal classification of what is or isn't an engineer. I mean, I win that debate. But anyways, if you want to spend some time responding to the final summation of my thoughts that he's smart in some ways, dumb in other ways, feel free. But then hopefully, and I bet Kenna is also begging for this, is to get moving on to a conversation about why you support Trump.
Okay, so first of all, when I first asked that question, you didn't say he's smart in some ways. You said you don't think he's very smart. And then later, I got you convinced to say that he's smart in some ways because I said he was chief engineer. And furthermore, that this is obviously relating to Trump because of the massive support and work together.
I'm muting you for your dishonesty. I had a conversation with my girlfriend this morning about Elon Musk. I said the same thing to her that I'm telling you now, that I think that he's smart in some ways, dumb in other ways. Not to mention that I've also had the conversation about Elon Musk many times before on my stream, and people that watch me more frequently will know that this is my position, is that I think he's smart in some ways and dumb in other ways. So no, you didn't get a dunk, you didn't get a concession. That's always been my position. I've talked about this position publicly, and in fact, I was talking about this position privately with my girlfriend just before I went live, funny enough.
Okay, well, I can't have a conversation with you if you keep interrupting and muting me, and whenever I do the same to you, you say, let's get back to the substance matter. You're not actually willing to have an actual discussion with someone, and then you say, oh, it's my life, so I can do what I want. It's like, well, that's a very dishonest way to have a conversation with somebody. I can mute you and shut you up, but you can't do the same to me because it's my platform. Talk about not defending free speech. If you're actually an advocate for that, then you would totally never do that, and you would not say this is my platform. So I think you're a very dishonest debater, and you always go back on when I interrupt you, you say something different. And when you interrupt me, you say something different. So I don't think you're logically consistent with your arguments, and I think you're very dishonest based on the way these conversations have, because I've had to unmute myself over 25 times. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And every single time, and you have this huge backing of teenage girls that is supporting everything you say, so you're stuck in this tunnel vision to where you're never going to be able to get out of it. And it's really unfortunate that you can't have an actual discussion because you're a smart guy. And I feel bad for that. So I'm going to leave because we can't have an actual
Loser! Holy fuck the cope! I muted you one fucking time in the last thing that you were saying because you were going on and on and on about how you think that you gotta dunk on me, but then you go on this long fucking tirade and rant about how much you think I suck because I've muted you, and then you say that you're gonna leave? Bro, holy shit, have a spine, have a backbone. If I'm so bad at debating, if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, tell us why you support Trump. I'll hold myself back. I won't mute you. I'm so sorry for being a dishonest little fucking weasel and muting you 25 times in our conversation so far. I apologize. I have the ukulele in my hands. I'll play you a song and give you tears. I'm so sorry. Wait. I'm so sorry for interrupting you.
This is a very immature.
I'm sorry for muting you. I understand that what I did was wrong.
This is really...
And I'll never do it again, Johnny. I'll never do it again. Please don't leave. Please don't leave, Johnny. Please. I want you to stay with me.
Society?
And I want you to debate me.
This is so sad.
About why you support Trump.
I've never actually declared my support for Trump.
Well,
this is so. Do you see what you're doing? This is so dishonest.
So you said that you
and
never declared your support for Trump. Okay. Well, so the conditions for joining my live are as follow. So you have to be at least 18. You have to be MAGA. You have to support Trump, and you have to be from America. Not to mention that the background, the title of the stream says, "Why do you support Trump?" So yeah, you have declared your support for Trump, and he left and he ran away. Dude, I would hate to be Johnny. His life fucking sucks. Oh my god. Hi, Kenna.
Hi there.
You support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
So yes and no. I did vote for Trump in this previous election, but I don't support his actions as a person, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I mean, so overall, do you support the president or not?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, you do support the president. Okay. All right. Well, before we hop into a debate, I have a handful of people to thank. Lexi, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Lexi says, Dean, did you ever debate Sid's dad? No, I never did. Thank you for the $20, Lexi. That is so incredibly kind of you. I would also like to thank, let's see here, everybody just give us one moment here. Everyone just give us one moment here. By the way, that last guest is invited to join the stream whenever they want to debate me on whether they support Trump, but, you know, he's scared. He won't ever do it. Devin, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Devin says, I think that you're awesome. PS, focus on the young men because some of them are really scary. I mean, we have a lot of young men that join. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Devin. That is DVON. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Haley with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Haley. Show some love to Devin and Haley. But take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so I work in an underground lead mine, correct?
Wow.
Yeah. So under Biden's administration, there were a lot of EPA enforcements that integrated a lot of my company's facilities shutting down, and Trump has actually brought back quite a few of them since he started. So overall, more on the side.
I mean, we need to be specific here because I bet we could agree that EPA regulations aren't always a bad thing, and in fact, they're usually a good thing. And I mean, if this caused like different lead mining facilities to shut down, maybe they should have shut down. So, like, what specific EPA regulations?
So, sorry, forgive me, I'm a little bit nervous. Not a public speaker. MATS and the Pebble mine decision.
Okay, what are those?
So the Pebble mine decision, it's not a bad thing. It just caused a lot of our facilities to shut down for several years.
Okay, so it looks like the EPA issued a final determination in 2023 under the Section 404C of the Clean Water Act, effectively blocking the Pebble Mine project in Bristol Bay, Alaska. This determination prohibits the Pebble Mine from using certain waters in the watershed or disposal sites for dredged or filled material, citing potential harm to the salmon fishery, as well as the individuals in which would drink the water from those water areas. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has upheld this decision, meaning the mine cannot be permitted until the EPA's determination is overturned. So it looks like there was this mine in Alaska that was shut down because it was polluting waterways that fish were relying on and that people drank from. Like, it was putting lead in, like, drinking water. Okay, like, I support that. I think that should have been shut down, yeah.
Right. That's, I said, it's not a bad thing. It just caused our facilities to shut down and created a lot of new regulations, I guess.
But those are good. I agree with those regulations. I'm sad that Trump overturned them.
See, it brings in a lot of job opportunities. I know a lot of people in my area. I personally now work for the Doe Run Company, which operates 7 copper, lead, and zinc mines in Missouri. And
well, like, not all new job opportunities are good, right? Like imagine if, like, we legalized the public sale of, like, RPGs in all 50 states, okay? I'm sure that would bring in a lot of new job opportunities, but if a president in the future, like, made it illegal to sell RPGs again, which discounted a lot of those jobs, would I be mad? No, because I don't think that there should be jobs to sell RPGs to private citizens in all 50 states, just like I don't think that there should be jobs in mining facilities that contaminate clean drinking water with lead. Right?
Well,
so if anything, I'd actually blame this not on Biden for enforcing this rule or the EPA for enforcing this rule, but I would rather blame it on the facilities for filtering their waste in such a way that led to lead in drinking water. Okay, like this seems to be something that we should blame on the facility. Like imagine
I can
imagine if
explain
like there's
that
like
to
a food production plant in Colorado that was like shut down because 1 out of every 5 batches of their beef was contaminated with salmonella. Okay, like would we blame the government for shutting them down and removing those job opportunities? Like no, we'd blame the facility for having salmonella in their beef.
Okay, so we actually have water treatment plants. It's just the Midwest or Ozarks or whatever area has a lot of rain, and that runoff is the issue, but it's not always controllable. I'm sorry, my daughter's quite loud. But we have water treatment facilities and plants where our environmental team is very, very focused on making sure that we don't have a detrimental effect to the environment. But
okay, well, the Clean
EPA
Water Drinking Act and the EPA says that it does. So I'm gonna be inclined to agree with the EPA here and say that this is a bad reason to support Trump because you're just supporting like putting lead in clean drinking water.
So it's not drinking water. We don't have any of those drinking water plants or whatever you want to call them around the mines.
Okay. Okay, so I guess that would mean that the Clean Water Act wouldn't just argue that drinking water needs to be clean, but all water, even the water in which is used by fish or just public land, et cetera, also needs to be clean because it's drank by animals, et cetera, right? So could we agree? So do you disagree with the Clean Water Act?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Well, actually, the EPA enforces regulation under the Clean Water Act. So if you agree with the Clean Water Act, then you would agree with the EPA's enforcement of the Clean Water Act.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so then you agree with the Biden-Harris administration and you disagree with the Trump administration.
To an extent, yes, I can agree with you on that.
Great. So do you have any other reasons why you support Trump?
I can talk about some of his executive orders he's placed if you want to.
I just want to know why you support the presidency, but maybe right before you do, I would like to thank real quick. Let's see here, one moment. Let's see. Jonah, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Jonah says, I've been watching you every day and your live streams have been really helping me very much. So thank you again for speaking facts, your light in the darkness. Thank you so much for the love, Jonah. That is so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Jonah. Then also Shirley, thank you for the $45 over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Shirley W's. Shirley says, him calling himself chief engineer and involving himself in engineering projects does not make him an engineer. Cook him, Dean. Oh yeah, we cooked that last guest. Jonathan Rand. Honestly, Jonathan, if you're still watching, come back, baby, please. But thank you so much once again, Jonah and Shirley. Guys, show some love to Jonah and Shirley down below in that chat. That is so incredibly kind of you both. And then also Jay with a $50 over in Super Chat as well. Jonah, Shirley, and Jay. Thank you, all three of you. Shout out to Jonah, Shirley, and Jay. You guys are awesome. But yeah, take it away. Tell us why you support the administration.
So the executive order for veterans, putting more money back into that, I believe it's 14295 or 296, I'm not sure. It's ensuring that our veterans that have, fought and protected us. I don't support war or anything like that, but I do support the idea that people are willing to risk their lives to protect America. Sorry, I'm nervous.
So how much did this invest into veterans?
I don't know the exact amount. If you do know, educate me.
So
I guess.
it looks like within 120 days of this order, present an action plan to the president through the assistant to the president for domestic policy to meet these directives and restore the capacity to house 6,000 homeless veterans at the National Center for Warrior Independence by January 1st, 2028. Okay, so yeah, this is just a plan to house 6,000 homeless veterans by 2028, right? Okay, that's not bad. That's good. All right, but I think when you also compare that to the fact that he's taking $8.5 billion out of federal veteran benefits, and the last administration invested $800 million into expanding VA healthcare benefits to service over 1 million new veterans, that obviously Harris and Biden were better for veterans than Trump, right? Yeah, this is a small W, but 6,000 veterans housed in 3 years is kind of nuts.
Okay, fair point. What about lowering the drug prices for pharmaceuticals and things.
Yeah, I don't think he is. That executive order was basically saying, please lower the drug prices. I'm not going to give you any actionable enforcement insofar as what you have to lower them to, and I'm not going to actionably enforce and give you punishment if you don't lower them. I'm just asking you very kindly. Okay, that's not the way that you lower drug prices in America. The way that you lower drug prices in America is something similar to what Biden and Harris did when they enforced a $30 price cap on insulin per month for insulin users in America.
Okay. Didn't he place multiple executive orders on it, though?
I'm only aware of one.
Which one would that be?
I don't know its name. Just the one executive order where Trump was like, please lower drug prices, I beg you.
Is it the 14273? That one? I think that's the most recent one. That one was in April.
I don't know. Probably.
Okay. What about his higher education or funding black colleges and universities?
So you're right. Donald Trump is giving some money to historically black universities. However, it's less than what Kamala Harris would have done. And when he gained the office in his first term, he cut funding to HBCUs from $2 billion every 4 years to $1 billion every 4 years. And then when Biden and Harris got the office, they increased it to $16 billion every 4 years.
I did not know that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What about the criminal federal regulations?
Criminal federal regulations. I don't know what you're referencing. I mean, hey, listen, at least I can appreciate this guest for like arguing with the exactios. Hey, man, that's new. It's different than what a lot of guests do. Maybe you could tell me what you're referencing.
14294, and if you would just give me 1 second, I'm sorry, I have to get my daughter.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so while she's getting her daughter, no worries about that. Take care of your daughter, everybody. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, everyone. And also, real quick, I would like to thank Hope. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for talking about the Pebble Mine. Honestly, the first time I'd heard about it, but I mean, it was a pretty easy thing to look up and learn more about. Let's see here. Cassidy with a $3 on PayPal and Brittany with a $5. I appreciate you guys. As well as Gabrielle. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying showing the next generation and not every old person is bitter and not every bitter person is old. You're awesome, Gabrielle. Thank you for the $10. And that is absolutely so true. Thank you guys so much. As well as Devin 25 minutes ago with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you, Devin, for the love. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Kenna.
Okay, so like I was saying, the criminal federal regulations, 14294, I believe that's the executive order on that, is basically trying to simplify it because there are so many that have a criminal punishment behind them and not a lot of citizens or people understand them all.
Let's see here. I mean, I'll like I said, I'll have to read through the executive order, but I mean, if that's what he did, that's good. But let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you like the fact that he is sending America into a constitutional crisis? He's had SCOTUS rule twice that things that he's done or wanted to do have been illegal. And this comes after he explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022. And he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Donald Trump sends America into is sending America into a constitutional crisis. We're already in one.
Is that fact or is that opinion?
So, I mean, everything I say, everything like you say is going to be our opinions, but our opinions can be based on facts. Like, for instance, it's my opinion that the Earth is round, but that opinion is going to be based upon the facts provided from like people like NASA, physics, math and science, etc. So, but yeah, I mean, my opinion is that America's in a constitutional crisis. Because of Trump. The fact to justify this opinion is that he's explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution. He told ABC News reporters that he doesn't know if he has to uphold the Constitution. He's violated the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants, had the Supreme Court rule that, and then said he doesn't care. And then the cherry on top is the fact that he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020 and then admitted to it in court.
Okay, so I'll restate what I said previously. I don't don't support Trump as a person. I support some of the actions. I do not support that action, though.
All right, like I think you've been able to name like one action so far that we could agree is good, like an executive order to simplify like federal regulation and like the criminal justice system. Like sure, I mean I don't even know if that's what it did. I haven't read it. I will, though. I'll probably read that tonight. But I'll take your word for it. That's a good EO, okay?
I can name some more if you would like to.
And that's cool, right? But I feel like everything I just pointed out outweighs that good EO. Or like the fact that his big beautiful bill, the big boy, right, is going to decrease the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. That outweighs, this EO to simplify federal legislation. You know?
Okay. Do you want some more EOs that I have a few written down just because I wanted to be a little bit prepared. I'm not as educated on this as I'll say you are, but so 14292 and 14303, that would be biological research and the gold standard of science, trying to restore America's faith in our research that the government does.
Nope. I hate that.
Okay.
So you're trying to so the CEO is basically it's trying to restore Americans' faith in the research that our government does. Okay. Well, like our current Secretary of Health is now recommending that young children don't get vaccinations. I don't think that we should have more faith in that research.
No,
okay.
I don't either.
He's also suggested that vaccines might cause autism. Okay. I don't think that Americans should have faith in that research. They've also cut funding for researching cancer and better concluding facts about neurobiology, cut funding to schools to study these things, cut funding to women's health, cut funding to cancer research. Okay, those are all bad. I don't think that we should have faith that that's a good thing. So I don't think that's super smart.
So when did he cut those fundings? Because in April he passed the EO 14292 funding more biological research.
What was the biological research for?
That's a good question.
Okay. All right. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he cut these fundings with some of the executive order signed in on day one, as well as funding cut by Doge.
Okay. So I also support, this might be one of those big doozies, the tariffs placed on China.
Okay, I don't. Because now we have higher tariffs on China, which means that Americans will pay more for Chinese goods. And I don't think inflation's a good thing.
So this goes back to more EPA stuff, correct? My company imports all of our lead because we don't smelt it at our facility in Missouri anymore. We now ship it over to China to be smelted whenever we could have more jobs open if we continued opening the facility in Missouri. Do I need to restate that? Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think I heard an argument there.
Okay, so 14298 is the tariffs placed on China for imported goods. So my company that I work for exports lead concentrate to be smelted into China, and then we have to buy it back from them.
Yeah,
And-
that happens.
Right. We had to shut down a facility in Missouri that was smelting the lead here, and now we ship it over there instead.
One second, Dylan, how old are you?
I am 30. I'm about to be 33 in September.
Oh, wow. Okay, Dylan, do you support Trump?
Hell no. I just want to fact check Kenna.
What is it?
Well, Dylan, I brought you up because I thought that you were a Trump supporter. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have real life experience with
You want to go ahead and cook for 15 seconds real quick?
Sure. I have a real life experience with veterans because I have worked in the hospice field and the adult foster care field, and I'm so glad that Kenna's first favorite policy was that the veterans were, upkept and everything, and it's not like the cheapest facility out there. You have to give up a certain amount of money in order to qualify just for a simple one-on-one type of care. So the facility I used to work at, if you were a veteran, you had to give up all your benefits because you needed a income of $2,000 or lower in order to qualify in my state of Michigan for any type of government assistance. You could not have any type of income over $2,000 or else they will not help you. And my grandpa was a veteran. He got by with very slim benefits, and was fortunate to know a really good hospice company for him. But I'm sorry, but the veterans, they are not safe. I've worked with
Dylan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming up and cooking her ass.
I'm not trying to cook anybody, but I have the experience. I don't work there anymore. I visit all the time to upkeep them, make sure they're doing okay. You know, you gotta keep the elders happy. But I will say that there is a client over there who I used to give insulin to, and it is not cheap.
Yo, Dylan, Slay, I really appreciate. Oh, go ahead.
And this is, yes, I'm sorry, but so like this client I used to have needed 1 shot a week, 1 shot. And yeah, it was crazy because we could not get anything for him, and he wasn't even a veteran.
All right, well, Dylan, I appreciate you for coming up and cooking, Kenna. Slay, appreciate you, Dylan. I hope you have a great rest of
To
your day.
reply to him, can I real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry to hear that. You said that you no longer currently work here. I hope that these executive orders are to place better funding for them or encourage more funding to improve that in the future. I am sorry that the system has failed your clients in the past, though.
Okay, all right. Well, Kenna, do you want to go back to what I was saying?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I forget what I was saying.
Um.
How about this?
Was
Kenna,
it-
I appreciate you for coming up and having a conversation with me. I think I'm just going to go ahead and start on a clean slate with a new guest. Appreciate you for coming up. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Y'all, if you're MAGA, let me know down below in that chat. Kenna, thank you so much for your time. Same with you, Dylan. Appreciate the both of you. Terry, thank you so much for the $20 over at Venmo. Terry says, thanks, Terry. Thank you. Shout out Terry. Let's get 200 Terry W's down below in that chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love over there, Terry. Shout out Terry down below in that chat. Shout out Terry down below in that chat. Let's go to get that next guest, Dominic, up in the live, guys. Keep in mind, if you are in that chat or if you are in that queue, make sure that you're MAGA. We're just looking for some Trump supporters to have some conversations with. Got to be at least 18 from America. Make sure that you do support Trump. I don't want any liberals in the queue. I don't want any liberals. And honestly, I want Jonathan to come back, bro. Honestly, bro. Like, okay, if anybody knows who Jonathan is, okay, if you know him personally, you should text him, tell him to get back in here, okay? I'm very disappointed that our debate ended so soon. Dominic, what's up? Do you support Trump? Dominic is not here. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. Trying to find that Trump supporter. If you like what you see, if you support this stream, you can support me on Venmo and PayPal. They're in the link in my bio, y'all. Bro misses Jonathan? Yeah, bro, I miss him. Jonathan needs to come back. You're right, I do miss Jonathan. All right. Where's the next guest at, bro? Oh my God, all the Trump supporters are running! Oh my God, it is so hard for us to find anybody to debate. Man, where are they at? Because they are not here. They're not here. Wherever they are, they're not here. They're obviously not here. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 200,000 likes. Wait, we're actually at 2.7 million already. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes. Sorry. All right. Brittany, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, Brittany. Okay. All right. Looks like the Trump supporters are scared. Have we won? Have we won? Is it the case that we just have like over 10,000 people watching on TikTok and YouTube and we've just won? No Trump supporters left. Yo, Lucas, are you MAGA, bro? Do you speak, man? No speaky. No speaky. Moving on to the next guest. We got the next guest, Coco, loading up into the stream. Oh my Lord, where are they at, bro? Where are the Trump supporters? Would you guys go ahead and say in the chat, I am a Trump supporter if you are a Trump supporter? that is at least 18 that wants to come up here and debate. Brandon, are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I guess you can call me that.
Oh, you know. Oh, why, bro? Cringe. Actually, before we debate, Emma, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for your love, Emma. Let's get 100 Emma W's down below. Shout out you, Emma. Take it away, man. Tell us why you support Donald Trump.
I mean, I've always kind of supported Donald Trump since 2016. Like that was around the time where like I was turning 18, first getting into politics, like starting to watch the news. And like back then, I didn't even really know what the difference between like a liberal and a conservative was. It kind of just like started off by like watching, like at first I was like watching a lot of CNN, like slowly kind of like would go back and forth between CNN and Fox. Now, I'm not going to lie, like I didn't dislike Obama either. Like,
I think that's, I appreciate it. I was like willing to like let you talk about 2016, but then when you started talking about Obama, I am sorry, I do have to interrupt to kind of get the conversation back on track.
Growing up, it's just like learning new things, but like kind of like as it grew, like and like as he was like coming up for president in 2016. Like just
how about 2025, 2025, Dylan? Why do you support Trump? Sorry, your name's not Dylan. My name is Brandon. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, I like a lot of like the policies that he's like recently passed, like the Take It Down Act. I think was a pretty good win, which was like definitely a bipartisan act that passed like 100 votes in the Senate. Like, would you agree with that act that he's passed?
Oh yeah, the Take It Down Act was awesome. I agree, but as you pointed out, it was bipartisan because of how awesome it was. Every so often, our Congress will pass bipartisan legislation, and the president signs it into law. That would have passed if Kamala Harris was president.
Well, and then also like the 4 years that Biden was in office, like I just didn't see that much good that came from that administration. Like, the amount of like record inflation. Just going through like 2016, 17, 18, and then like obviously the pandemic.
Okay, so let's talk about that real quick. How do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
I'm not saying that it directly, I mean, inflation just went up during that time period.
But we also had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression under Trump's first term in April of 2020. Do you blame that on him?
Well, yeah, because of the pandemic.
So you don't blame it on him, you blame it on the pandemic, just like I blame the inflation under the Biden-Harris administration on the pandemic. Why? Well, then inflation was global.
Well, I don't think that they did much to, fight inflation. Like they passed the anti-inflation act.
Then how come we had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic compared to any other country in the G7, proportionately speaking? We had the best and fastest rebound because of the administration.
Because America has like the best like economy, like we're the best country in the world, and we're able to rebound from something like that.
Right? Do you see how you just have an answer to everything to fit your narrative? So it's like first you try to blame the inflation on them. I point out that you can't blame it on them. You have to blame it on the pandemic, and then you say, well, they didn't respond good enough, and then I'm like, well, they had the best response out of any country in the G7, and you're like, oh, well, they should have had the best response. It was expected because it's America. Okay, well, thanks for conceding, right? So then why do you like Trump?
Well, it's also just because like I don't identify, like I wouldn't want to categorize, like I wouldn't want to put myself in a party like the Democratic Party where I see so many like so much pettiness, like just going around and seeing people like vandalize Teslas and stuff just because they don't like Elon Musk, just like burning down stores, like when they want to like riot and stuff like that. There's just so much pettiness on the left. It's like insane.
So do we remember January 6th? Do we remember?
Yeah, I don't think that was as bad as, like, the riots.
We remember it was worse? All right, it was actually the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. Donald Trump was so just listen. Wait till I'm done speaking to start speaking. Donald Trump was so petty and butthurt that he lost the 2020 election, that he turned around, sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states that Biden won, sent them with fake votes for himself, directed them to send those fake votes back to Congress, and then pressured Mike Pence into certifying those fake votes for him as real to install himself as president.
Dude, there was a lot of shady.
And nullify the voice and the vote of the people. And then when Mike Pence was like, no, I'm not going to unconstitutionally install you as a president against the voice and the vote of the people, Trump and all of his supporters were so fucking petty, they called for him to be hung. So if we want to talk about pettiness, well, let's start with the pettiness about Trump in 2020, where he was so petty, he tried to steal the election from Biden. Unmute. I sent you an invitation to unmute. Alternatively, you could click on the picture of you and your girlfriend and click the icon of the mic, and your mic will turn back on. You do have control over your own microphone. Once again, just click your profile picture. There you go.
Hold on, did it go back on?
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying, like, dude, like, what do you say to like the graph of like the Wisconsin votes? Like when Trump was clearly winning, he was about to win that swing state, and then you saw that spike go like directly up, and 100% of the votes over like a very short period of time all went to Biden. Like that's really fishy.
Okay.
There was a lot of videos of people tampering with the votes.
You're gonna get your account banned because you're spouting harmful conspiracy theories. TikTok takes people down that like to say that 2020 was rigged by Biden. Okay, like you will get an account ban because everything that you're saying is not true. Okay, you know, guess what? You could say that there's fishy things in the outcome of the 2020 election. Well, not to worry, because all those fishy little claims were investigated for 4 years straight. Those fishy little claims were investigated by a committee that Donald Trump formed and spent millions of dollars on to find any evidence of widespread voter fraud. Then they took all of that widespread voter
Hillary
fraud.
did the same thing with Russia, dude.
You could talk about Hillary as soon as I'm done. And then he took all of the evidence that he found of widespread voter fraud to 63 handpicked courts. Every single one of them told him that there wasn't sufficient evidence of widespread voter fraud, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 16 courts with Trump-appointed judges. They found no evidence. In all those videos, okay, well, those videos culminated in the docu-mockery of 2,000 Mules, and then the creators of 2,000 Mules admitted, while deposed in court, that they had no evidence for their claims. So, in other words, every single time Donald Trump spent millions of dollars trying to prove widespread voter fraud, he lost, even to judges that he appointed. And every single time anybody that wasn't Donald Trump, but a MAGA cultist just like you tried to prove widespread voter fraud, they lost too in admitting that they couldn't find any, right? Right? And then once again, this all culminated when Donald Trump then tried to justify overturning our civil and electoral processes, launching the largest internal attack since the Civil War in the American democracy, when he attempted to install himself as president against the voice of the vote of the people in the 2020 election. And I haven't heard you respond to that bit just yet. Now, I did mute you again. You just have to do the same thing you did the last 2 times by clicking on your profile picture and clicking the icon of the mic. There you go. Take it away, man. We're listening. You muted yourself. I didn't even mute you that time. That was you, bro. There you go.
Okay. Can you go ahead and just repeat the question? That was a lot that you just said.
Yeah, basically said that every time Donald Trump or anybody that wasn't Donald Trump but a cultist of Trump's tried to find any evidence of widespread voter fraud, they failed and then admitted that they failed. And not to mention, you still haven't responded to the fact that Donald Trump literally tried to rig and steal the 2020 election.
I mean, I just don't believe that.
He admitted to it. You can't not believe it when he admitted to it.
When did he admit that?
For sure, the 2 congressional indictments as well as in front of the Supreme Court. His legal argument against the indictments for trying to steal the election with his fake electorate plot is that it's something that he did, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions since he was president when he did it. Oh, and there you get the ban. They just got the ban for the civil and electoral processes, as I said they would. All right, we're going to get that next guest up here. If you're part of the 9.3 thousand people watching and you support Trump, let us know down below in that chat. We will get you loaded into the live. And of course, if you like what you see, support me, support the stream, and you want to keep the studio running for 4 hours a day every day, you can support me on Venmo and PayPal. Those can be found in the link tree in my bio as well as in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. I get 100% of the proceeds over all of those platforms.
Listen to this debate of like someone that debates people that support Trump.
What's up, Raphael? You MAGA? Okay, well, Raphael left rather quickly. What's going on, Trump MAGA 24? How old are you? MAGA God, are you here? Oh, no, dude, please, MAGA God, we need to chat. We need to chat, MAGA God, come on. Okay, I guess MAGA God 24 isn't here. What's going on, NJ? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I am 29, a female Army vet.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do you support Trump?
Well, first off, I'm LGBT as well. I just wanted to put that out there. I support him because I did grow up in a Republican.
Okay, I'm sorry.
well,
Can I cut you off real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you said that you're female, you're a woman. So
Yes.
he launched an attack on women's rights. Okay. You said that you're an army vet. Well, he's
Yeah.
launched an attack on veterans by trying to destroy the thing you took an oath to defend, the Constitution. And then you said that you're a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Well,
Crazy, right?
he's launched an attack on the LGBTQ plus community. So you're a woman army vet, member of the LGBTQ plus community. He has launched an attack against those three attributes of yourself.
Okay, I understand. Can I respond? Good. Okay. So, somewhat, and all after all that you said, somehow I feel safer in this country, living in this country right now, than I did under Biden's term. When I was also in the military, I was in back in 2015 to 2021. So I got a little bit of both of them when they were both in office. And I didn't have to worry about going into like, Afghanistan or anything like that under Donald Trump. I was military police at the time, so I did have a combat MOS. And as soon as Biden gets into office, like everyone that I knew was like, okay, this is like, it's very different. It's very weird. It's not like, I didn't feel as safe. Thankfully, I got out. Like I said, 2021.
Okay, why do you feel safer under Trump than you did under Biden? I mean, if I was you, I definitely want it. Okay, we had more service members die under Trump's first term than Biden and Harris's term, and then 13 of the service members that did die under the Biden-Harris's term,
Which he does never acknowledge.
were because
right?
of Trump, right? I'd like to.
How is it because of Trump when?
Yeah, for sure. Because the self-unaliver, the BOMBEer, was a member of the Taliban that was locked up in Camp David in Afghanistan. It was only because Trump brokered a deal with the Taliban and released those prisoners that one of those prisoners was able to then go and unalive those 13 service members, as well as the plan in which they operated on for the pullout was orchestrated by Trump before he left office. And he was seemingly very begrudged with giving all the details of that plan to Biden earlier rather than later. He boasted about how he wouldn't give it to them. In fact, for a while, he boasted about how he didn't even need a plan, right? Why would Trump make you feel safer? And then after you give us your argument, I want to give you an argument, but I want to hear from you first. Why does Trump make you feel safer?
Well, because like I'm my own person. So let's just start off by saying that I don't speak for everyone else. I speak for myself.
Right.
I felt safer because he put out I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous because like I don't ever do this. All right. So first off, there were no new wars started. Okay. No new war started when he was in, right? Am I wrong?
Well, we had wars, like for instance, we had a proxy war with Russia and Syria. We also had the Turkish-Kurdish war, which was a new war, which was started because we basically told the Kurds that we're leaving and they either stay there, starve and die, or escape. We had a 438% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East, as well as...
But no new wars have started.
Right, but we had those conflicts. And then under the Biden-Harris administration, we had Russia's invasion of Ukraine that started.
Okay.
And then like
but they were getting rid of
on Palestine. But
right?
I'd like to clarify. Do you think that Donald Trump is overall better or worse for global what do you call it? Just like global peace. Who's better for global peace? Trump or Harris?
Well, 100%. I would have felt really crazy if Kamala Harris was coming in. Let's be completely honest. She was thrown into this spot. She never even got elected for primaries.
Well, because she was vice president. Okay, like
She was never fully elected
when the president runs for a second term, like they don't go back through that primary process. They're just kind of the assumed candidate. Okay, so president stepped
Yes,
down,
exactly,
vice
my point.
president stepped
So
up. Everybody
the
voted
Democratic
for Kamala
Party
Harris
never
on the ticket in
officially voted for
2020.
Kamala Harris,
And by the way, they did so with great reason because she was a phenomenal fucking candidate, a great candidate.
Okay, I'm not going to get into Kamala Harris because everyone has their views on her. My
No,
views
no,
are-
let's do it. Let's do it because that's who Trump ran against.
But like, I couldn't take her seriously.
Why?
I could not.
Okay,
take her,
so
I
so
couldn't
tell
take
me
her
why you could
seriously.
take the criminal rapist seriously, but not the attorney prosecutor.
Because I couldn't. Because she lies as well. Like they're all like she lies.
Oh,
so
lies?
much.
How many? Name one.
Wait, let me do my research real quick, okay? Let me do my research.
Go.
I truly did not come prepared. I'm gonna be completely honest. I truly did not come prepared. So, give me a second.
I support research. That's great. Okay, well, they're going on pause and doing their research. We'll go and get another guest up here. Hop in that queue if you support Trump and you want to come up and debate. Let's see here. Emma, thank you. Oh, I already thanked you. Haley, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Saying, say it louder for the people in the back. Go hard. Proud of you. You're very intelligent and finding the right fight. Thank you, Haley. Everybody show some love to Haley. And then also, everyone just give me one moment here while we get this next guest loaded up into the stream to kind of fill up some of the empty space. We got Rare Juice loading in right now. They were in the chat calling Trump authentic. This should be an interesting conversation for sure. While Rare Juice is loading in, I'd like to thank JP. It's good to hear from you, JP, for the $15 over on PayPal. Says, keep doing it, Dean. I'm always here watching and learning. You're changing the world for the better. JP, you hold a very special place in my heart, man. Shout out JP for the $15. So Rare Juice, you said in the chat that you think Trump's authentic. Is that truly how you feel?
Yeah. I felt like he was a little bit more authentic.
JP, oh, not JP. Rare Juice, why?
I mean, not in all good ways. I feel like we can agree with that. But I think it was just the fact that, we going with for somebody that, you saw they kind of had a script and it was, everyone could see that it was a script almost, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't, it just didn't seem like,
Bro, I'm not going to
as
lie.
we're
When Kamala
talking to
Harris
each other.
wasn't on a script, she looked great. Like in her debate against Trump, no script there. She killed it. All right, and then also,
Yeah,
I
but then
think of anything. I'm not
I
gonna lie.
understand that.
I think of
understand
anything. Like I think Donald Trump needs a script. If Donald Trump started scripting the shit that he says, I think he'd come off as a much better president. So he's not talking
sure.
about trophy wives at like the graduation ceremony of like service members. Like, dude, so he's not rambling about sharks and batteries at a rally. Like honestly, like maybe like Kamala Harris did something good by like planning out what she wanted to say. Because when Donald Trump doesn't have a script or ignores it, dude sounds insane.
Yeah, I think that was basically the only thing. And, thanks for bringing me up here, man. But, and also big fan of the debating community. So on both sides, good work, good freaking work.
I appreciate that.
But that's all I saw.
Are you
I just felt
MAGA
like
though?
it was-
Do you feel like Trump's an all right guy? All right, Prez?
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Yeah.
Okay, well, tell us why, man. If you're okay with that, if you're open to conversation, I'd love to hear from you. Why do you like Trump?
I like Trump because I just feel like this is the first time we've had, like, just kind of the base of our conversation, authentic president. I feel like even people on both sides, we have a lot of insight on what is going on, no matter what your opinion is. You know what I mean? Every single day.
I got to refute that. He
people
told
come
over
out-
30,000 confirmed lies during his first presidency. And the biggest lie that any sitting president has told in the history of this country, when he denied the outcome of the 2020 election, covertly tried to rig it and steal it for himself, and still to this day will not say that Biden won and he lost. He is the furthest thing away from authentic.
Okay,
Or
let's
how he's
start with
denied that he raped E. Jean Carroll. Oh, guess what?
Okay,
she
well,
fucking
we
proves it
can-
in court. And then he's so mad that she was able to point out that he's not authentic and he's a liar that hides
Right,
and
right. So
manipulates the
he
truth.
does look
And
really
would you
bad.
just allow me to
And-
finish speaking here? So then he called
Go
for her to
ahead,
be
yeah.
in prison. He can't be authentic about the economy. He blames the inflation that was onset by the pandemic on Biden and Harris just because he knows that the average American doesn't research economic policy. So he's like, "Hey, it's all their fault. It's all their fault." And then he'll like say that Kamala Harris is a fucking communist, completely inauthentic, even though in his next breath he'll say that he's stealing her policy. Honestly, the reason why I think Donald Trump is the furthest thing away from being authentic is because he's willing to like lie and say whatever it takes to make himself look good in any scenario ever. Maybe like a good example of this was when he was like telling the American people that he wouldn't just decrease inflation, he would permanently get rid of inflation. That's one of the points that he ran on, was getting rid of inflation, point blank period. Never happened. He ran on cutting grocery prices so fast your head would spin on day one. Never happened. He ran on ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine in the first 24 hours of his presidency. Never fucking happened, okay? And then if you ask him about any of these things, he'll just pivot, he'll deny. And God, it's just a terrible look. He's such a liar and a con man.
Well, I would say you're right about your expectations, and his expectations in saying those things, because those are things you tell American people. American people are gonna be like on the 24th hour. Did you fix these problems? You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying there. It's just I feel like it's on both sides, especially when it comes to you mentioned Kamala and lies or whatever. And I just think that, just with the Biden thing, and then with, like you said, saying things to look good, but not really being good
Okay,
is,
why was Harris
is
bad? Why was Harris bad?
and
Do
I
you
feel
name like
like
a
that's
policy?
big
I think I could come in now and mention that because I did my research.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I just feel like I hear a lot of gibbering. Like I don't really hear like substantive like points, if that makes any sense. Like you're not really pointing out why Donald Trump is a good president. Meanwhile, like I could be like ultra specific why I think he's a bad president. His tax policy redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich. He's sent America into a constitutional crisis. I could give you examples how so. He lied 30,000 times in his first term. He's an adjudicated rapist. Like I could be very specific with the reasons that I don't like him. Can you be specific with the reason that you do like him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not showing that we can. So it was Kamala Harris with the fracking. First off, that's one, and then the other one was
Wait. What do you
the
mean?
whole-
Kamala Harris with fracking. Okay. And let's tell me more. Okay, she's back on pause. We're juice. Mike's back to you.
was good. So really, it was the first thing, like the Eugene Carroll stuff. I think the first thing I was gonna say was definitely looks horrible and is horrible, right? Because when you try to go to the court and say, oh, defamation, and it doesn't work out for you, that's so bad. But if we're gonna talk about reasons why I do like it, it's just like we said, we're getting into a point where we're working on things, and no matter if you feel like it's
What are we
good
working
or
on? What are
not,
we working on? Tell me what he's doing.
we're working on the border. We're working on making sure small businesses can do what they need to do. I mean,
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's really hurting small businesses. So he really hurt small businesses when he switched the corporate tax rate from being progressive to flat. And I mean, small businesses, they fall within, like 80% of income earners in this country, right? They're not the top 1%. Like most of them are not even the top 20%. Like they're going to have less after-tax income, right? Because of his like tax policy. So he's actually hurting small businesses. They also like
'Cause I feel
really
like
suffer from tariffs.
from the tariffs,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And are those same tariffs still going on? I'm sorry, I know I'm coming with asking you more questions, but are those tariffs still going on, or?
Yeah, he agreed to 30% long-term tariff on China. Okay, that's up 20% from what it was before. You think that's bad?
I do think, and also that's another policy that I would say is something that is like beneficial in the long run. I do see that, things can go up in price, but I do think that helping Americans get jobs and incentivizing that is good.
Listen, man, I think that there's 1,000,000,001 better ways to incentivize job growth in America compared to enacting policy in which actively makes the bare necessities to live and the raw materials to build in this country more expensive. Right? Like this really hurts the companies that offer those jobs as well, because guess what? Even if they produce their goods in America, the raw materials that they use to make those goods are still coming from China a lot of the time.
But didn't
And
we have
now,
tariffs imposed? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Now all of a sudden, these companies in America that source their raw materials from China have like less money to invest into their employees because they're spending more money to absorb the cost of those tariffs, right? To pass as little off as possible to their consumers, right?
Didn't we have tariffs imposed though back in like the late 1980s, and like that was like the height of our economy? Or am I wrong? I'm pretty sure that was like the case.
And
1 second, you think that our economy has been going down since 1890?
No, the height of the economy, like that wasn't that like a part in history.
Right.
When
Well,
the
think
economy,
about what you're saying. If here's 1980, this is a point. Okay, here's
I'm
20
sorry, 1890. I'm sorry, 1890. I'm so sorry.
Here's 1890. This is
Yeah.
this is a point. 1890. Okay, here's another point. This is 2025. If 1890 over here was a height, was a peak, okay, well then 2025 is going to go below that peak. So you think that the economy was better off over 100 years ago?
Well, compared to the cost of living at the time, didn't work-
Well,
doesn't
the cost of living was definitely lower.
Lower,
in
100%,
1890,
yeah, 100%
just like the
lower.
cost of living was lower in 1754.
But that's what I'm asking you the question. Was that not
The cost
okay?
of living was also
Tariffs
lower
were
during the Great
tariffs were imposed
Depression.
back then. Tariffs were imposed back then. And then we stopped it because of World War One.
So, tariffs are really good for an infant
Yes.
country, just like diapers are really good for an infant toddler. Okay, and I can explain why. Tariffs are required in the infancy building stages of a country because they have to protect like the little amount of industries that they do have, so they could build and scale those industries to be competitive on the global market. Okay, but as soon as they're competitive in the global market, there's no longer a necessity for the tariffs. Just like how when toddlers potty trained, there's no longer a necessity for diapers.
I see. So tariffs are only good at that point in time, not now.
I would argue like not only are tariffs good during the infant stages of a country, they're a necessity if that country
Okay.
ever wants to be successful and dominate on the
Dean,
global stage.
is there if I ask you? Okay. Also, there's the tariffs and stuff, but weren't a lot of these tariffs not combative, but like I don't know if it's like reciprocal or whatever.
Reciprocal,
Like
no. They weren't.
China had tariffs on America, correct? Or
Yeah, so China's had tariffs on America, but China's one country. Like he imposed countries on every tariffs. He imposed countries on every tariffs. He imposed tariffs on every country in the world, and then he like lied about how much that other country was tariffing us because the tariff level that he said these other countries had on us was in all reality just a calculation of the trade deficit, right? But that's not a tariff.
And then I don't know. And then I just ask you: is it true that the trade deficit is like getting cut? Because I saw like some headlines.
Yeah, but like trade deficits aren't bad. They're not bad. I honestly, the larger our trade deficit is with other countries, I might even argue the better our economy would perform generally. The reason why I say that is because imagine our economy was like 10 times bigger than it is right now. We went from being the richest country on earth by far to the richest country on earth by really far. And we go from accounting for like 30% of global commerce to like 60% of global commerce. This just means that our consumers are going to be spending significantly more than consumers in any other country on the face of this planet. Okay, well, it's going to be implied then that we'd have a trade deficit. Right? So can we see there how if our economy was like a billion times better than it is right now, the trade deficits would be a billion times bigger than they are right now?
So then what would you
Of course, unless
then if that go ahead. What would you impose then?
Didn't like, and obviously this cannot be with a wand. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Just I know this isn't. It can't be just math.
Oh, yo, Rare Juice, you're lagging really bad, man.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry.
My
one
question-
second, Rare Juice. I had to drop you because you were lagging. Feel free to hop back in that queue. Go ahead.
So what would you impose then, aside from the tariffs? Do you think the economy was going well towards the end of the inflation then?
Oh,
And,
the
these are
economy
just
was well
general
under the
questions.
Biden-Harris administration? Oh, it was fucking great. Oh my God, it was so great. The economy at the end of the Biden-Harris administration was one of the best economies in this country that we've ever seen. Oh my God, I miss it so much.
But what's completely different now? What are the costs of eggs right now?
For sure. I'll tell you what's completely different now is that we went from booming investment in manufacturing to stagnant investment in American manufacturing. We went from a booming GDP to a recessing GDP, negative growth in the first financial quarter of this year. I mean, those are
But
just
affecting
two
you on a
economic
daily
indicators
basis,
right
though.
there. We went from the highest of the highs in American markets to now we're at a point where we had a 7% dip in 1 month because of the introduction of his tariffs, and we haven't even broke even since the beginning of his term. So stagnant growth in the markets. These are really bad things, right? Again,
Yes,
I
but
want to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you took an oath to uphold the Constitution, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump? Because Donald Trump hates the Constitution.
Okay, that's a great question. I am genuinely like I'm like I don't pay attention to that stuff completely. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I don't pay attention to the fact that he, quote unquote, doesn't uphold the Constitution or whatever it was.
Because it's all very vague. Okay, what? Okay,
Yeah,
he
because
hasn't-
I
he-
know
yeah.
like the fact that I know.
He
and
hasn't.
I,
He hasn't done this. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done this. But imagine he did. Okay, this is purely hypothetical. Okay, purely hypothetical. If he were to, I don't know, explicitly call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you stop supporting him today? Because
Yes, 110%.
Read that out loud.
So with the revelation of the mass and widespread
Out loud, please.
No, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm 29 years old and I have like a stutter, so it's embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Don't worry.
So let me just,
I'll read out the last
Yeah.
sentence. Then it says, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution." So it's funny because the question that I asked you was if Trump hypothetically explicitly called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you stop supporting him today? You said yes, 110%. So he has explicitly called for, and I quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and
what was the
articles, even those
context
found.
though? No, I know. I hear you. What was the context? Okay. I'm waiting for the context. Hello.
Am I back? I accidentally unplugged the mic. Well, the context
Listen, I'm no
is
debater.
that
I'm like no debater. I'm just more of a learner.
The
and that's why I like
context
talking
is
about
that he was baby raging that he lost the 2020 election.
Oh, okay, so that was back in the day. Okay, gotcha.
So
I understand.
So are you now 110% going to revoke all support for Donald J. Trump?
You know what? I'm gonna do me. That's at the end of the day. I do. I prefer having. I would prefer having him in office.
Bruh, okay.
Than I would have had Kamala Harris.
I gotta get your take on something though. I gotta
Okay,
get your
yeah,
take.
go ahead.
I gotta get your take on something though. If you would just be kind and give me a minute here. 1 second.
Mhm.
Let me get this. Why is it speed up? Give me a second.
You're good.
We're just gonna play something back and we're gonna listen together.
I'm like no debater. I'm like. Oh God, my voice.
All rules, regulations, explicitly supporting them. Explicitly called for the articles, even though
10%.
Explicitly hypothetical. This, but imagine he did. Okay, this is purely hypothetical. Okay, purely hypothetical. If he were to, I don't know,
I'm hearing it,
explicitly
yeah.
call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you stop supporting him today? Because
Yes, 110%. The 110%.
stop supporting him.
Okay, are you now like just
Yes,
what is this? What are you trying to accomplish right now?
Well, I asked you if he explicitly called for the termination of all
Yes.
the regulations and articles in the Constitution.
Because I
You
yes,
said that you would
yeah.
yes 110% stop supporting him, and then I showed you this tweet that he sent out in December of 22, where he explicitly calls for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and you have not stopped supporting him.
Can you pull that up one more time? I'm sorry, I was reading the first part. I'm like,
Oh, this? Yeah, we'll pull
yeah,
it up.
just 1 second, 1 second. Oh, this is the election fraud. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, right there, you did get me. But regardless of the fact, I'm gonna be completely honest. You got me there. Am I going to stop supporting the Republican side? No. Am I going to stop? Like am I going to stop believing in my own beliefs? Unfortunately, not. Like, just I mean, fortunately, not. But like at the end of the day, it's where I'm sorry. Again, I just have a lot of anxiety right now. I'm like, I don't ever do this. So let me just gather my thoughts really quickly. At the end of the day, it could have been I personally feel like we could have been in a worse state if Kamala Harris was president, because the rest of the countries, aside from ourselves, would have thought she was a joke. I feel like she had no foreign policy, and she lied about the border. No, I'm sorry. She lied about the border as well. Like her going down to the border all the time. She didn't ever see what was going on.
I would rather other countries think that we're a joke than our country be in a constitutional crisis. But
I'd
even
rather
the
be in
claim
a
that all
safer
other
country.
countries would think that we'd be a joke if Kamala Harris was elected is false. They actually have more respect for Kamala Harris than Trump. People look at us and laugh now because of Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump literally won the Liberals the election in Canada. They have boycotted American goods. We've leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he thinks Donald Trump is easy to manipulate. Macron and Tusk from France and Poland posted a video on Twitter making fun of him. I could play you a clip of an entire UN Rights Council laughing at him as he speaks. Everybody
Liberals,
laughs
though, right?
about Trump.
Liberals, though, right? Like the liberals, right? Liberal
Liberals.
parliament.
Even the conservatives in California think that we should have universal health. California. Oh my God. Canada
universal healthcare?
think that we should have universal health care. This is true about the world. Like, not even just like liberals elsewhere. I'm telling you, the rest of the world. Like conservatives in other countries, okay, like look at Trump and they're like, oh my God, how can anybody support him?
Do you have friends in the other countries that say that?
Oh, for sure. Of course. This is
Okay.
this is an international stream. We get people tuning in here from all over. I mean, I try to just get Americans up, but you want to believe me, the amount of times I've gotten messages or people that come up here and they're like, "Oh my God, like I can't. How do you guys even support Trump?" I mean, they fucking hate him, dude. You go to Switzerland or some shit. Okay, you ask them how they feel about Trump. 9.9 out of 10 people are gonna be like, yo, that dude's nuts.
Interesting. Okay, then I have a question about not kind of like going off topic, but
Okay, real quick,
what
I do have to
about
thank a handful of people first. Bailey, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying as a woman active duty military member, I'm embarrassed. Well, I'll leave it at that. You got Bailey's
Military-
message. Thank you for the $10, Bailey, as well as Bennett. Thank you for the $10, saying keep up the good work. Get me through this 14-hour drive. Damn, Bennett, where are you going? That's a long drive. Thank you for the $10, as well as Jess with the $10, saying Dean, my feminist Purple Heart combat Marine veteran, would love to shred this delusional trader ideals to pieces. Dude, Jess, let me know who they are. I'd love to bring them up. Thank you for the $10, as well as Lena. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Random question: whatever happened to the HOA saying that you need to take down something that was in your window because it was ghetto? Did it ever? Did you come out on top? Yeah, they ended up apologizing to me once they figured out who I am. Funny enough, I didn't even tell them. I just told them that was soundproofing that I had because I do daily live streams. Then they investigated me, looked me up on the internet, called me back, said that they didn't want to sound like an HOA Karen, apologized, and moved on. That was pretty funny. Also, Nick, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. Nick says, just got back from my honeymoon and just wanted to show support again. You're based as fuck. Keep it up, bud. Nick, I hope you had a great honeymoon, bro. Could we please show some love to Nick down below in that chat? Let's get at least 300 Nick W's. As well as Dennis, thank you so much for the $15. This is one of those international viewers watching you tons from Germany and absolutely appreciate your way of debating and taking all the heat. I lived in the U.S. for several years and didn't get my next visa and missed the U.S. I grew up there with people that I like, and you make a big difference. Keep going and stay factual as always. Cheers from Germany. Cheers to Germany. Thank you for the $15. Yeah, take it away. After I think Kayla
Okay,
for the
first of all,
$5 off Venmo. Thank you.
I want to
Kayla.
start off by saying that I do agree with some things that you have said in the past. So I'm not 100% right leaning, so on and so forth. Let's just completely put that out there. I do support MAGA, this, that, and the other. What is your take on Biden's health decline, and how come we didn't know about what was going on when it was going on, like with the cancer. I mean, it's a stage 4 or 5, not stage 9, but
Oh, bruh. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll address this to you. If I was Biden and I had cancer during his presidency, which by the way is merely speculative, and I think it is so wrong to speculate about a stage 9 cancer, right? Stage 9 cancer. I think it's very wrong to merely speculate about that. But let's speculate about it for a second. If he was president and he knew about this cancer, I fully support him lying about it. If I was in his shoes, I would have lied about it too. I think if any good person was in Biden's shoes and they were president with stage 4 prostate cancer on their way out of the door, I would have lied about it. I think anybody else would have too. Why? Because guess what? He would have absolutely been undermining the ability for Kamala Harris to run on a platform and win if he was open and public about the fact that he had stage 4 prostate cancer. Why do I say that? Because he would just be giving ammo to the maniacs on the right that support Trump, that don't give a single shit and or fuck about anything humanitarian, anything ethically speaking, and just want to attack, pull and drag down, kill. Biden's a total piece of shit with dementia. He sucks. This must mean he's bad for the economy, and Kamala Harris was his VP, therefore we should never support her. They just use it against him. They'd use it as ammo to load up and propagandize Americans into supporting the fascists. Anybody in his shoes should have lied about it too. But we don't even know that he did lie about it. We didn't know that he did hide it. And that is all merely speculatory.
what about his decline though? Like he clearly had some type of decline. He didn't even know what year he was running.
Biden over
So-
Trump 110% of the time. I'll take an old man with a little bit of mental decline because of his age over the old dude with total fucking mental deterioration that advisors say that he
Really?
can't distinguish between what's true and false, shits in diapers, and is running our country into fascism. Holy shit. Yeah, 110%.
Okay, so but like he had clearly had visible signs of decline,
And that's
and
my
then he
bro.
wanted to run again.
And that's my bro. Put him in office. I take him right now. Dude, literally fucking dig Jimmy Carter up from the grave and put him in the Oval Office. And that man is 110% more respectable and a better president than Donald Trump. I don't know how to make myself any more clear.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I understand. That makes a lot.
Can I
Go ahead.
can I say something really quick about the whole cancer diagnosis? This is why I have a problem with people trying to weaponize that, and it's just a personal experience. So I lost my grandmother in 2020, right? And I lost her to stage 4 cancer. And from the time that our family learned that she had stage 4 cancer to the time that she passed away, it was 3 weeks. So prior to that, there was no indication that she had any type of issues. We didn't see a quote unquote decline. I mean, she was cooking Sunday dinner, doing everything as she normally would. And then all of a sudden one day, she started having stomach issues. She went and got checked out. They found out that she had stage 4 cancer. It was, rampant through her body. And again, within 3 weeks, she went from cooking Sunday dinner to being at home hospice to passing away. So the idea that, there was this ploy or, they were hiding the diagnosis of Joe Biden, like I hate the speculation as far as people saying like, oh, we know this or we know that. We don't know. Like, we don't know his health records. And so for the people on the right that's trying to weaponize that, it's gross.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
It is really gross. And you know what? You're right. He's finally not fit to serve. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
He's finally not.
Don't
fit
put
to
him back
serve.
in office.
Don't put him back in. You have won.
But you didn't think that happened when
You've
he was
absolutely
not-
one moment. You've absolutely won. Joe Biden is not fit to serve as the president of this country, and it is so gross. As Santana pointed out, and I'll repeat that. Conservatives are so happy with the ugly little smirks on their faces that they finally won and he's finally unfit to serve.
But you don't think that's the case when he clearly was showing signs of some type of dementia or something, even when
Are
he's
you
talking?
are you a medical professional?
No, but
a medical
it's
professional?
clear, but it's visible to
Right,
anyone who
but
could
how
see.
do you have the ability to diagnose someone if
I'm not
one you're not
diagnosing anyone. I'm saying it's clear because my grandpa had dementia, so I
right? But that's a diagnosis, right?
I'm understandable of visible signs and symptoms.
I hear
of it.
you, and I'm not.
I'm a seeing and breathing in person that I can easily see what?
Hey, also, isn't it funny? Remember when you told us that you would stop supporting Trump if he literally
remember
wanted to
that.
terminate the Constitution? You figure out that he explicitly called for the termination. Where did Santana go?
Oh shoot.
Santana, I think that you may have accidentally left. Hop back in the queue.
Listen, I'm no medical expert.
Wait. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna continue to talk. Santana just like suddenly dropped. Hop back in the queue, Santana. But anyways, and then after like I showed you that he explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution, you're like, nah, that's my bro, W Trump. But what's the biggest critique of Biden? Having like a little bit of mental decline, and then all of a sudden it's World War fucking III. This guy's destroying the country, putting a bad rep on what we stand behind. This guy's just destroying people are dying. There's lawlessness running in the streets. Our country's burning to the ground. It's like the fucking Jesus is about to transcend and rapture us all into heaven, and these are the end days because he was showing some signs of aging. But Donald Trump explicitly calls for the termination of the president. That's my dog. I don't get why you hold such like different standards to these politicians. It's mind-boggling to me.
Maybe it's just again how I was raised and how you were raised differently, you know? I mean, regardless, I have my own opinions and everything like that, but it's still at the end of the day, I still see a lot more progression now than I did see when Biden was in.
Okay. What specifically is progressing the country? Is it the tax policy that's going to decrease after-tax income for 80%
It's
of
what I
Americans,
see on a daily
likely
basis.
including you, and cost our government $3.8 trillion? Is that the progression? Spending $3.8 trillion to make you save less?
It's me as an average citizen that I see on a daily basis that affects my life.
Does it affect your life that you will lose after-tax income because of his tax cuts, and he's going to spend $3.8 trillion to get it done?
Again.
Seriously, tell me. Do you like that, or is that absolute lunacy? Spending $3.8 trillion, almost twice as much as every penny spent in the last 4 years under Biden on non-COVID related expenditure, just to make you make less. Admit it. That's one of the worst policies that we've ever seen a president consider. Like, oh my God, can you name a worse one? Like economically
he's a businessman
speaking,
for a reason.
He's a businessman for a reason. That reason is that his father gave him, what was it, like $120 fucking million to then go
He
and waste on
inherited
6 bankruptcies?
$420 million.
I was off. $420 million to then go waste on 6 bankruptcies? Is that what? I mean, you could call him a businessman, but obviously, even if he was a great businessman, you'd have to say Elon Musk is better, right?
No, I know.
Okay, well, even Elon Musk says that his tax cuts suck because they spend $3.8 trillion.
I don't support. Yes, I do not support the big. I don't support the big bill. Like I'm not. Again, I don't support the big bill that's coming now. I see what there are some kinks that they'd have to do in the Senate first in order to get it pushed through. Like especially like with the Medicaid and all that stuff. Like I'm not. I'm not 110%.
Okay, all right. Well, how about this? Is there anything else that you want to go over?
No, that's probably it. I do actually have to get off anyway, but I appreciate your time. It was fun. Again, I like watching your streams. I feel like what you're doing is really good for the community, especially with everyone everything that's going on now.
Hey, I got
There's
a quick
lot divided,
question before you go.
It's pretty fun watching you. So
I got a quick question before you go.
What's up?
So, one, thank you for your service, but two, I mean, after the conversation, after your bold 110% statement of, disavowing Trump, can we finally get that admission that you will abandon MAGA after all of this?
Well, this is one of the reasons why I am trying to branch out a little bit more. I am watching Dean's streams more and am starting to try and find like a middle ground as to where if I was in the right spot all my whole life or not. So I am wanting to like just kind of branch out and really get a feel for what's right and what's wrong. So again, that's why I like watching him. I like
Let
how
us know if
he
you're MAGA in the
debates.
chat.
So
Okay. All right. So
I
not a no.
appreciate it. Everyone else in the chat, appreciate it. All the trolls, love you guys. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, have a good one.
right,
Real quick before we start this next debate, first and foremost, welcome in Santana. And second of all, Wayne, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you
Yo,
for the
Dean
100.
Withers, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? One moment. Thank you, Wayne, for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Wayne. I do not deserve that. That is so much goddamn money. Holy fuck. Thank you, Wayne, for the love. Thank you, Wayne, for the love. Wayne says light bill. Yeah, funny enough, these big old lights that I use for the studio, they cost me like $250 a month. It is ridiculous. So that indeed will go to the light bill. Thank you for the $100, Wayne. Let's get 1,000 Wayne W's down below in the chat. I would also like to thank Megan for the $30 over on Venmo. Megan says, I'm a case manager at a permanent supportive housing location. We house chronically homeless individuals with high vulnerability. If the big beautiful bill passes, my tenants will die. Please encourage people to call and email their representatives to get against the BBB. Yo, 110%. The BBB, as I just said, is one of the worst, if not the worst, economic policy I've ever set forth through Congress. It sucks. Tell your representatives to shoot that shit down. Shout out to Megan as well for the $30, and very important message. Michael, hello, are you MAGA?
No, I don't really support politics, but I know Cookie King mogs you.
Job. Get one. Oh, he already left. God damn it. Okay. Moving on to Tyler. Hey, also, if you're a part of the 9.6 thousand people watching in and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of those proceeds. They help me keep the studio running for 4 hours a day, every single day, as well. If you're watching on YouTube and you want support, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the pin message, as well as Kim. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. What is up, Tyler? Are you MAGA?
I'm underage, but I love you, Dean.
Okay, well, I appreciate you so much for the love, Tyler. I do gotta kick you because you are underage. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Everybody looking for that next guest, go to drop a MAGA down below in that chat, accompanied with your age, if you want to come up and debate. Hello, we got Brandon loading up. Hello, are you MAGA? Brayden is not here, so goodbye, and moving on to Luke. Luke has a football emoji and 2 crosses in his name. I feel like he's...
Cookie King mogs you.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. Yo, Santana, you'll actually see it's harder to find guests on this live to debate than it is on like your own live or like Parker's. I don't know why.
Bro, I've been watching and it's brutal.
It's pretty brutal. It is. It's pretty brutal. Unfortunately, I'm starting to get used to it though. What's up, your mom? Do you support Trump?
No, so I'm Australian and I just wanted to put in that.
I'm sorry, I had to kick you. We are just looking for debates. Thank you for coming up though. If you're in the queue and you're not at least 18 here to debate me about why you support Trump and from America, I'm going to kick you. I'm sorry guys. I'm sorry. So please just leave the queue so I don't have to turn around and kick you. You know what I mean, chat? I beg. Somebody else in the chat says, where's Parker? I don't know. He's not been on yet today. What's up, Jazz? You support Trump?
Yes, I voted for Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Great. Before we hop into your debate, got to thank Winnie for the $25 on Venmo. That is WINI. Says thank you. Thank you, Winnie. Show some love to Winnie down below in that chat. And take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dapey Don, Donald Trump, Orange Menace? Take it away.
I mean, I will say I do think he's crazy. I don't think he's like the president of the century, but I do think like between Harris and Trump, I kind of like it was like picking the less of two evils, almost, I think, in my opinion.
Oh.
So that's why I voted for.
So why was the crazy
Trump.
lunatic, adjudicated rapist, fascist, 34 count felon the lesser of two evils?
Well, I just felt like, I just felt like Kamala was just like. Oh, sorry. That's my fault. Kamala was just like a suit for
Obama.
Like, Obama.
Boom!
Yeah.
Oh my God! How did I know? Let's go! Oh,
No,
dude,
but
I'm on it
that's why
today.
I
I'm on it today.
No, it's cool. If you don't think that, I'd like to learn. Because I think what's tough about me is like my whole family is super red. Like my dad and my stepdad and my mom, they're like MAGA all the way, and I'm not that. It's really hard to talk with them because they get really defensive. Which is a lot of the MAGA community. That's why I'm not super MAGA, but I did vote for Trump just because more of I'm a mom,
Yeah.
so
Can,
like
can I
when
be honest with you?
see, like,
Can I be honest with
Yeah,
you? So the
Yeah.
whole everything from Kamala Harris to Biden to the Democrat Party, it all runs back to Obama. That's just racism. I could tell you why.
well, she's not Why is it right? Because she's brown.
Actually,
Obama's
because
black?
Obama's black, and I'll explain why in this circumstance. It's because Obama's
Okay.
black. So like conservatives hated the fact that we had a black president so much that, of course, when he was president, they demonized him to the absolute max. But what I think really demonstrates at this point to be racism, because all presidents can get demonized, is that we're still demonizing him and blaming everything that happens on him 12 years after. You know what I
Yeah,
you know
I
you know
do-
you
I
know
do
what I
think-
you know what I mean. It's like the idea that everything tracks back to Obama. It's all Obama's fault. Just blaming the black man for everything.
Well, and
Go ahead.
No,
I'll even give you this. I mean, Jess, have you heard of the term blacklash?
No, I haven't. Could you educate me on that?
So the it's a theory that the election of Donald Trump was a direct backlash from a black man being president and the need to reclaim the country. And it's, to Dean's point, it's been something that has been used as a boogeyman. We do understand that the right always needs a boogeyman, and they've continued to use this over the years to actually perpetuate said fear to try to stay in power.
Yeah, and I guess I want to ask you a question here. Why does everything run back to Obama but not to Clinton?
Oh, like
Why is
I
Obama
don't-
the
I don't
source
know.
of the evil but Clinton isn't?
I don't know. That's a good point, and I really think that kind of opened my eyes. You know, the backlash term, and that's a good thing to, do more research on. I don't want to be like, what's it called? I don't want to be ignorant and everything. So it's good to like know that. I think the biggest thing that I voted for Trump was just because what's happening in Washington right now is they just passed. I don't know if they passed, but I know it's on Ferguson's table where like if you are once you reach 13, public schools can send that kid to counseling, trans counseling without the parents' knowledge or consent at all. And
So
I do
you're saying that
think it
students
is
can talk to
important-
counselors without the
no,
parents'
no, no,
knowledge
no.
or
Like
consent?
not just counselors, but even like get help to like transition. And I think
Really?
that
Okay. What help can they get to transition?
I haven't read the whole thing, but I think the thing that
Okay.
scares
Well,
me
obviously
about
you've
it
read a
is
little
that,
bit. Like, what is the help that they could get to transition without the approval of their parents?
from my knowledge is just the counseling. I don't know if there's more or less.
So they could have somebody to talk to.
Yeah, but I do feel
Okay,
like
so I just
having
want to
the
clarify.
parents
I just
wait,
want
wait,
to
wait,
clarify.
let me know.
No.
Can I finish my thought?
No, you can. I'm talking. I'm sorry, Jess. I do apologize. I am
But you
interrupting
interrupted me when
I
I
know,
was trying to finish my thought. and
I
that's-
know. I am interrupting you, and I will apologize for it. I just.
Okay. I would like to
just
finish
have
my
a-
thought once you're done with your thought. I know this
Great.
is your stream, but I would like to finish my thought.
Great. Okay, because all that you're saying here is that children shouldn't be able to talk to counselors at school about things that are relevant to them.
That's not what I said.
That is.
No, because I didn't get to my point. I don't think it's good to cut out the parents.
I do. I can tell you why.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're going to the counselor, not their parents, for a reason.
Okay. I mean, yeah, but like, so I think every kid goes through that gender dysphoria once they, especially like higher number when if they're on the spectrum. Yeah, a lot. It's just one of those things that is very common in puberty. My brother went through it. Like he thought he was he wanted to be a girl. You know, he has autism. He was going through puberty. He didn't like it. He wanted to be a girl. Once he passed that part, he didn't. You know, he knows he's a boy, and that is important. Like because if my mom was like, "Oh, let's put you on
hey, can we
meds and everything,"
I'd like to clarify.
that would have been bad. He would have regretted that decision.
I'd like to clarify first and foremost that I'm not okay with basically saying that people with autism are going to think they're something they're not. I'm not okay with that. The reason why I'm not okay with that is because it just kind of further stigmatizes autism, as well as it kind of like sets forth this precedent that if you have autism, you are therefore also supposed to turn around and have these particular struggles. And who knows, maybe there's some people with autism that are going to hear you say that and be like, should I be questioning my gender identity?
No,
Like,
I
I just
never
say
said that.
it's probably like not a good thing to say, well, if you have autism, you might
Okay.
like you're trans. I don't think that's okay.
No, I never said
Now,
that. I just said
I,
that
I also
because
I also just like want to point out here that like a counselor at school, somebody to talk to about one's feelings. They're questioning their gender identity. They're experiencing levels of gender dysphoria. Somebody that is trained, somebody that is certified, somebody that knows how to deal with these situations, somebody that is so good at dealing with these situations that they made a professional career that they're going to retire off of, hopefully at the age of 65, is like probably like the most preferable thing ever. I mean, listen, if I had a brother that was experiencing gender dysphoria, I would feel like significantly more like confident and comfortable of that brother instead of absolutely confiding in me or absolutely confiding in our parents, also confided in a licensed professional, right? A counselor that can talk to them about those things. And I think that will only produce the very best outcomes for the future because the counselor listens, okay? Right?
Yeah.
I think that we could agree that most of the parents in this country are not really going to listen or even know what the fuck their kid is talking about when their kid is maybe talking to them about a sense of an experience of gender dysphoria.
But that's not the like. I send my kid to public school to learn math and English and science. Like the parenting is like I have a son, and the parenting.
But the reality of it is that it comes along with so much more than that. I wrote a paper on this when I was in high school. This was my junior year. I was very young. I wrote a very long paper about how the social services of my public school sucked ass, and we had like 2 suicides every single year, and how we could absolutely reduce that and hopefully eliminate it if the students at that school had a readily available public and professional resource to confide in about the way that they were feeling to hopefully overcome it. And guess what? Now, because of that paper that I wrote and other individuals involved at the school, they have an official mental health office. And for whatever reason, parents can test that mental health office. And it's probably for the same reason that you do. My county is 75% Trump supporters. But those resources should absolutely be readily available and offered to our youth. And I think the fact that you want to close that door for our youth and say that our youth shouldn't have free and readily available public health, public mental health resources backed by accredited licensed professionals is terrible. Like, I hope that you're not pro-life, right? Like, you're not pro-life.
No, I'm not pro-life.
That was supposed to be a joke, and now I just look like okay. That was supposed to be a joke. Never mind. But respond to what I'm saying.
Well, but also the one thing that I'll say, keep in mind is the amount of time that kids spend at school, right? I mean, and not necessarily just talking about class, but the ancillary time around, whether it's in the morning and the afternoon, school activities, all of these other things, and for you to say that you would want to eliminate them to have access to said counseling when they spend a majority of their time there and they build bonds outside of their home, outside of their, parents. Like, you're taking away a valuable resource that they actually need that can help them in difficult situations. And she's a teacup now.
And then last point, mental health goes directly with a 1-to-1, a perfect positive correlation between mental health and performance in school, right? Should our school systems be providing our young youth and students with everything that they need to excel?
Yes, but if we're gonna also give those kids,
mental health resources are something that a lot of students can use to excel.
And my school had that. Like when I went to high school, there was mental health. They were certified. And, if I went there, my mom was notified that I was there. They didn't talk about
I don't
anything
think.
else,
So,
HIPAA and everything.
wait.
But
So I'm pretty sure that A, if that no longer happens, I'm fine with that. But B, it's possible that like a parent could be notified about a student seeking counseling without being informed of the specifics. But I just want to clarify. I'm completely fine with just like this the status of being a mandatory reporter upheld. You know, like if there's if there's a threat to the child's life, you know, that's going to be reported to like the police and the parents. That's awesome, but like not about the specifics. But I think it's like important to like kind of keep in mind that like kids tell therapists things their parents don't know all the time. And I think that's a really good thing because a lot of kids don't want to tell the parents everything. But is this seriously why you support the fascists? You know, you just want to like decrease the quality of the life for our youth and reduce the resources that our youth has available to flourish and be successful.
um,
The hesitation is wild.
no, it's tough because at the same time, like I'm not like, oh, Trump's a great president, and but at the same time, I'm also not saying Kamala is a great choice either.
Kamala.
It was more just like, sorry, I'm so sorry. That is my,
So can we get an argument here?
I think it's just, it's mostly because I feel like the Democratic Party is almost trying to take more control, like the government wants more control in people's lives than Republicans do. I'm not saying Trump is a good image of that.
That's false. Republicans want so much control that they think they should be able to determine what a woman can do with her body in reference to their medical health providers in the first 20 weeks of pregnancy, when I find there to be absolutely nothing morally wrong about access to abortion. And seemingly you agree, you told us you were pro-choice, so you see no good reason to restrict a woman's access to abortion. And a violation of one's bodily autonomy without good reason is a human rights violation, meaning that the Republicans want so much control and power of the government that they think they should be able to infringe upon the human rights of our own citizens and non-citizens, by the way, as Donald Trump did to Abrigo Garcia when he deported him unconstitutionally, violating his human and constitutional right to due process. And when corrected by the Supreme Court, he said he does not care. Okay? I think it is evidently clear that the Republican Party has become the party of control, has become the party of oppression, and the party of directing your life in a negative direction just because they think they have the right to do so because of the traditional values in which have always been unfounded.
And let's not forget that not only are they trying to take control, more power, but they're coalescing the power under the executive branch. They're specifically even trying to pass legislation in the big, beautiful bill that would give the executive branch somewhat power to deny the courts. I mean, it's the power that they're trying to, not only are they trying to control people, but they're trying to put all the power under one branch and then assert that power.
By the way, the first and only argument you've given so far was advocating for more government control. The government should be able to control what a counselor does or doesn't say to the parents of a child that comes to them for resources.
No, I'm not saying the child shouldn't go to the counselor. I'm just saying that a parent should know
why.
If they don't have to know exactly what's happening or anything. They don't. They can just say,
well,
hey,
your point was advocating that the
visited.
parents should know exactly what's happening.
No.
No.
The
You
parents
specifically
know
said that they could
when-
go to counselors and talk to them about gender dysphoria without their parents being notified that they're talking to them about gender dysphoria. Stop shifting the goalposts. I've been live for 3.5 hours. I'm not going to take it.
Okay, 1 second.
Also, what happens? What happens when? What if there's a case where the actual kids don't have the best structure at home, right? I mean, if they don't necessarily have either parents aren't as attentive as they should be, or maybe they are like working parents. Maybe it's a single parent household who has to work multiple jobs, because we understand that most Americans have to have more than one job just to sustain a certain level of living. But if they are unable to be the everything that the child needs, I mean, wouldn't you want to give that child access to a counselor that could actually hear their needs if for some reason their parent isn't as available as they should be. I mean, that just seems like a bonus.
The thing that scares me the most is that the bill that I don't know if it's been signed yet, but the bill that is on the table is saying that they don't have to tell the parent anything. Even if they went to the counselor, they don't have to tell the parent a single thing. One day, my kid just can come home and, you know.
What's the name of the bill?
It doesn't have to be about transgender. It could just be about anything else, like just mental health.
Wait. And why does this make you vote for Trump? Explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm 5.
I'll tell you after me.
No, it's less of wanting to vote for Trump and more of like.
So this makes you support Trump?
No, it's less of wanting to support Trump because that's not anything he's doing.
Okay, so then this whole time we've been talking about something that doesn't relate to the fucking topic of the stream. Sorry, I'm gonna kick you because of the baby. That's A, to save me because I don't want to hear a baby screaming, and B, because go take care of the baby.
Even the baby didn't like the argument. The baby's like, "What are you talking about? Like you just said that."
Yeah. What's up, Jack? Are you MAGA? Okay, Jack's not here. Everybody, we're going to move on to the next guest. Let us know down below in that chat if you're MAGA and you want to come up here and debate, y'all. Let's go to get the next guest up in the guest literally right now. Wow. All right. Yeah, everybody, we got the next guest loading up into the stream as we speak, everybody. And the next guest is loading into the stream as we speak. I would like to thank, let's see here, Abby, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love, as well as Briley with a 15 on Venmo, and Daniel with a, Danielle. Yeah, Daniel with the $10 on Venmo as well. Shout out to Briley and Daniel, everybody. Please show them some love while we get the next guest connected into the stream. And go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you would like to come up and debate.
Also, Lovey, thank you for the 5. I'll definitely stop by and I'll make sure that I let both of them know about it as well. So thank you for the 5.
All right, we're going to get that next guest up in here right now, everybody. And let's see here. Alondra, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Shout out Alondra. Lightside, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Do you support Trump? And they left. Blake, do you support Trump? Blake? Has stage fright. Oh, hi, how old are you?
19.
I don't believe you. Lucy Goosey, do you support Trump?
Oh my gosh, I love you. I love you so much.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that does not mean that you support Trump. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Christy, since you had an invitation, I'd love to chat.
Hello?
Sup? Are you British?
No, I'm not British. I'm American.
What time is it?
It's like 5.
It's like 5. What state are you in?
Huh?
What state are you in?
Has to be California.
I'm in Kentucky.
Kentucky. Kentucky. Is Kentucky Mountain Standard Time Zone? I don't know. I don't think so. Kentucky's EST.
I was gonna say I'm in Mountain and I'm in New Mexico, so yes, I am MAGA supporter.
Okay, Christy, and you said that you're 48?
Yep.
Okay, and your bio says, let's read this together. I'm like that first shot of scotch. Some enjoy it, some tolerate it. Okay. Are you near like a fan or an AC unit? We got a little bit.
I am. Hold on one second.
Also, it's almost 7 in Kentucky.
Yeah, that's EST. So while you're moving away from that fan, I really would like to thank Adam for the $50 donation over at PayPal. Let's get 500 Adam W's. Holy shit. Adam says this was in relation to the last convo. In middle and high school, I wish I'd used counseling services about my sexualities. When I told my mom in middle school that I thought I was gay, she said I wasn't and to keep it to myself. Precisely, Adam. Fucking precisely. And that story rings true for millions of people in this country. Thank you for the donation, Adam. But Christy, take it away. Why do you support the Orange Taco Lunatic?
Orange Taco Lunatic. First off, I love how you call him names right away. Can you just say our president? Because that's exactly what he is.
Sure, our lunatic, deranged, orange, menacing
How is he a
fascist.
lunatic? How is he a lunatic?
Oh, for sure. He raped a woman, and then when the woman held him liable, he called for her to be thrown in jail. Dude, he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenagers and then said that it's something he could get away with. He sexualized a 10-year-old girl.
First off, he went backstage, and that was for everybody that was going backstage to help with the
No, he said he went backstage when they didn't have access. But also, if you want to talk about him being a lunatic, you can speak to the fact that for some reason he is obsessed with sharks and batteries, windmills, wells, and Arnold Palmer's junk. That's weird.
Before we move on to that, I just want to talk about the backstage thing a little bit. In like a sentence or less, what is your claim about the claim that I made of him like perving on changing teenagers and women? Where no
that
men
he
were
was
allowed.
never back there with unchanging. He was not back there where they were changing.
Okay, Chrissy. I'm a gambling man. I'm gonna bet you money that you're wrong.
What do you want to bet?
Whatever you're willing.
I don't have money, so again, I don't know what you want to bet. We can bet something else. So just for shits and giggles, bring it up.
God
Or
damn it.
shiggles, as I
God-
like to
God
say.
damn it. Okay, how about this? Can we gamble your support for Trump?
No.
So you're telling me that you'd still support him if like you
That's
knew?
too high of a price, Dean.
Wait, I just want to clarify.
No,
You-
no,
you'd
no.
still
No,
support
here's the
him if
thing,
like wait, Chrissy, I just want to clarify. You'd still support him if you knew that he like perfed on naked teenagers? What?
No. If he perved and he turned around and went into these locker rooms and did what any gross male would do, then you can prove that to me.
If I did, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, Chrissy, and everybody watching, here's what's about to happen. So keep in mind, everybody, take a mental note that Chrissy down here said that she would no longer support Trump if I could prove that Donald Trump perved on naked changing teenagers and women backstage where no men were at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. Christy, I'm going to prove it to you, and then you're going to walk back on your words, and you're going to find some excuse to justify you like contradicting yourself in 30 seconds from now and stating that you still support him. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Okay, but just keep in mind, you say now that if I prove it to you, you won't support him.
Prove it to me,
after,
Dean.
after I prove,
Prove it
you,
to me.
I know that
Prove it to me.
After I
Just
prove
it to me.
After I roll the clip.
Okay, I'm a woman of my word, hun.
No, you're not. I'm gonna roll the clip.
Wow.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
All right, what's it gonna be? Give me the mental gymnastics. Come on.
No, that's disgusting. I've never heard that before.
So you no longer support him?
No, that is absolutely fucking disgusting. I have never in my life heard that before. Never in my life have I ever heard that before.
I am shocked.
And I'm a 3-time Trump supporter.
This is a first.
Nope. I don't put up with that bullshit. No, fuck that noise. I'm sorry. I don't. Nope.
What is mass? Well, have you ever heard of those mass religious experiences? I think there's one in Christianity called the Miracle of the Sun, where there's a gathering of a couple thousand people, and they all saw the same miracle of a picture of Mary in the sun. Have you heard about that before?
Yeah. You know what? Let's just put it this way.
well,
Okay.
I
I host
feel like
numerous lives. No, listen to this, Dan. Okay. I host numerous lives. All right. And I'm going to tell you this right now. As of now, when I get off of here and I go and I host my lives, this will be brought up. In fact, if you could give me a link that I can
Wait.
pull this up.
Wait. So do you host political lives?
Yes, I do.
You do, and you're a Trump supporter that hosts political lives.
That is correct.
So you're a Trump supporter that hosts political lives on TikTok.
That is correct. And I
How
have
long
over
have you been
I have
hosting-
over 9,000 followers. You can look
Cool.
in my bio.
So how long have you been hosting these lives? Was it before the
about-
election?
Yeah, about 3 years.
Hey man.
Okay. Wait, Dean, she's lying.
I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
gonna-
No, I'm not.
I'm not
Look
gonna.
at my,
I'm not
look at
gonna
my
say
bio.
that.
Go
I'm
look
not-
at my.
I'm-
Go
I'm-
look at my
I'm not gonna say
profile.
that.
Go look
No.
at everything.
Hey,
Why
man,
no.
would I fucking lie?
Hey, man,
Why would I lie?
I'm not
No, no,
gonna
no.
say that. I'm gonna fight for Christy here. Why? Why am I gonna fight for Christy here? Because this doesn't happen every day. This doesn't happen every day. I am actually I'm on Christy's side with this one. Christy, I very rarely get Trump supporters that will come up here and tell me that they're absolutely disgusted by something like that. And that
I've never heard it. In fact, like I said, Dean, I actually would love the link to that because I want to use
You
that.
haven't heard that, and you've been hosting
No.
political lives for
I
3
have
years,
never-
and
I
no
have
one has ever
never
brought that up
heard
to
that.
you.
No one has ever brought that up to me. No one has ever put, specifically, they claim it, but no one has ever given me the audio.
Wait, you've heard it. You've heard it, but no one's played the audio for you.
No one's claimed the audio.
But you've
no
heard
one's
the
played
claim.
the audio. I have heard the claim. And that's why I came up
Got
and
it.
jumped at him
Okay.
right away. And then he came back with
Okay.
the claim and came back and sent it to me.
I'll
I'm
accept
sorry.
that part. I thought you were saying you had never heard the claim. I apologize.
No. I've
Okay.
heard the claim, and that's why I came up here and I came back at him. And then he said, "If you show me," so then I'm being
Okay.
supportive on this.
That's fair. That's fair.
In fact, my daughter told me to come up here, so I'm up. She's sitting here jumping for joy right now.
Hey man, I'm gonna ride for Christy on this one. I'm getting flamed by both of my chats for doing it. But I'm gonna ride with Christy on this one. I think it's awesome that you're willing to listen to that clip and say that is just disgusting, that is terrible, and that is something terrible, and that you no longer support
That was
him.
something different. It was something completely. See, here I thought, here's my thought process of it. When I had first heard about it, I had thought that it was like the one banter talking in the locker room of grabbing the woman by the, you know what I mean? And all that bullshit talk and whatnot. This is different. This is completely different.
Well, what I'll say about that is that they fall in the same category, and that is a complete lack of a shit to give for the feelings, the comfortability, the safety, the sanctity of women and girls. Okay? Right? And I think that this falls right in line with the same trend that we have always seen from him of not giving a single fuck. But you know what, Christy? As I said, I'm going to give you a load of grace. More grace than most people watching are probably willing to give you. And I'm sure I'm going to get some shit for that. I really appreciate that you listen to that.
Well, and I
clip
appreciate it.
and
I'm
you
gonna
call
give
it
you.
grace.
I'm gonna give you your props too, because you know what, you're doing your due diligence up here, and I really appreciate that.
So the way you could find that video is by going on YouTube and typing in Donald Trump's crude talk on the Howard Stern show, and you will find a 2-minute and 5-second clip of the Howard Stern radio show that published on CNN's YouTube channel 8 years ago with 400,000 views. And this is an
Okay, I got
audio
it.
recording from the Howard Stern radio show on April 11th, 2005. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that the conversation is over now.
It is, and I appreciate you having me up, and thank you for. Wow, I'm gonna have to do a lot of soul searching here. This is a whole different aspect.
Well, have a good one, Christy.
You too, Dean.
We're gonna move on to the next guest, but I gave her a lot of grace there, chat.
A lot. Yeah, way more than I would. Dean, you are a saint compared to me.
Way more than a lot of the chat. So what I'll ask, if there's anybody watching, she said she does lives. If you happen to see one of her lives, and she goes back to being, pro-Trump, let me know and flame the shit out of me. I'll admit fault and I'll say I was wrong. Okay, all right. Hold me accountable if I end up just being completely delusional. Okay, hold me. I'm not even joking. Yeah.
That was a ton of grace.
I'm just really proud, man. I don't get that a lot from Trump supporters.
I get it. I get it.
I don't. And in a sense, I personally hold to the position that 99% of Trump supporters that still exist because they are dead set in their ways, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to change. And when I see somebody that's willing to say, you know what, I was wrong, being willing to look at those people and say, that's awesome that you've been able to admit that is the only way that our country is going to progress in a material way, with shifting more people over to the light side, to the right side. And I think that's important. But Jay Tracy, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Nah, I would do that.
Okay, we are just looking for Trump supporters. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that likely last Trump supporter of the day up in here.
Can I say one thing
Yeah.
real quick?
Yeah.
Guys, just for the people watching, and I know you may see me and you say, hey, it's Santana. I follow Santana. Guys, this is the alternate account. My main account is in purgatory for right now. So if you thought you were following me and you possibly are not, make sure you hit the follow button. It should be in the corner of the screen. Just click the follow, and yeah, you can follow me that way.
Yeah, drop him a follow, guys. Santana's awesome. Let's see here. Wayne, thank you so much for the $100 again over on Venmo. Jeez, Wayne, you've been popping off today, guys. Let's show some love to Wayne down below in the chat for the $100. I do not deserve that whatsoever. You are so incredibly kind. Huge shout out to motherfucking Wayne the goat. All right, Wayne the absolute goat. And let's go and get that next guest up in here. Thank you so much for the love, Wayne. Huge shout out to Wayne. Thank you so much for the love. We also got Parker loading in. What's going on, man?
Hey, Parker.
What's up?
Nice cowboy hat.
I know, right? right as I joined. How's everyone's day been?
It's been all right. You know, it's I'd say that the last 2 days I've had the most insufferable idiots alive joining. You know, of course we've still had some insufferable guests today, but a little bit more sufferable than
Dean
it's
just
been.
converted someone real time, like amazingly.
Love that. Just right now. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see. We got to see
Get
if
some W Deans in the chat.
Schultz
W
to
Dean.
reward. What's up, Ross? Do you support Trump? We're okay. Ross isn't here. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter up while we are. Lauren, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. They say, as a therapist, children should have access to mental health services without the parents' knowledge because it's our job to be a safe space, and sometimes parents aren't a safe space. Yeah, you know, it's your job to say, hey, no matter what the concern, the qualm, or the question is, if you come to me, I'm going to give you a good faith, honest, and non-violent, non-abrasive response to what you have to say. So, you know, we're not turning children away from those resources, and maybe mandatory reporting of anything and all things in which are said, or even the fact that contact was made, is something that will turn children away from those resources, you know? Yeah. But hey, man, if you're watching and you like what you see, you support the stream, and you want to continue to see these streams running for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you want to support me because of that, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the link tree in the TikTok on the bio. In the bio on the TikTok, sorry, I said that backwards. As well as if you're watching over on the YouTube stream, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal through the pin message or link in the bio. But let's go and get the last Trump supporter of the day up onto the stream, guys.
You're already on the last debate.
Yeah, no, we've been live for 3 hours and 46 minutes. Honestly, yeah, it's gone by fast today.
Wow, bro.
Yeah.
Not me getting on at the very end. That's actually crazy. That happens sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I do limit myself to 4 hours a day. If I go beyond that, I don't think of these streams as like, it becomes more of like a burden compared to something that I love to do.
I don't see how you guys go that long anyway. Like 3 is a lot for me.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
Kyla, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Oh, you were just up. You were the British person, right?
No,
Okay, what time is it?
it's 4 o'clock.
What
Are you
state
in
are
Kentucky?
I'm not in Kentucky.
It-
I'm
the-
in Phoenix.
Is this guys, Chad, is this the same person?
I've literally just joined your live now. It's a bit unfair if you kick me if I've just joined. I haven't done anything wrong.
I'm getting gaslit. Goodbye. Sid with the $10 saying, King, I sent you something a bit ago. Oh, Sid, let me check it. I'm so sorry, Sid. Let me check. Oh, you did. Sid with the $25 saying, hey, did you hear about the pro-Israel targeted terror attack today that happened in Colorado?
I was just about to ask you, did you see that it's in Boulder?
What?
The FBI is investigating it right now. Well, I was going to wait, but yeah.
Wait, what happened?
It was, they're investigating. They're saying they think it's a terrorist attack
But like
that
what
occurred in Boulder.
Like what was
What
the
the hell?
what was the terrorist attack?
I haven't, like, it popped up on my phone since I've been here 21 minutes ago, so I haven't got the chance to read it. But the article pulled up for me on the Hill.
I can
Are
read
you,
right now on
you
AP
kidding
if
me?
you
Like,
want me to.
like I'm so sorry. Like,
Do you want me to read that right now?
Like
It says
80%.
several victims. It was at the, it's near 13th and Pearl Street.
Oh my God, it was on Pearl.
Suspect in custody, no identity listed yet. There was a incident occurred near a peaceful pro-Israel demonstration. FBI is investigating it. They're saying they're not calling it a terrorist attack just yet because they haven't determined the actual reasoning. Trump has been told about it at the White House. It happened at 1:26 p.m. Multiple people injured.
And some may have set a fire outside an outdoor mall in Boulder.
Yeah, so
The city
the
minister
outdoor
in
mall.
custody.
So the outdoor mall is Pearl Street. So Pearl
Mhm.
Street is an outdoor mall.
And the FBI immediately described it as a targeted terror attack.
Yeah, but now it seems like they're trying to walk back on saying that. But yeah,
Okay, yeah,
because I saw that at first.
That's what AP News at least reported. So
Shit, I need to like go and like call my buddies and my family. I mean, you know, I lived in Boulder for like 2.5 years, and the only reason I moved out of Boulder back to where I'm at now was for lower rent and less distractions. But you know, I have a lot of family, and I mean, hundreds of friends, hundreds of acquaintances that live out of Boulder.
That's why I was waiting to actually say that until, and especially because you were like, well, one more, and I was gonna wait. But yeah, I just saw it not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, thank you for telling me. Yeah, after I get off live, I'm probably gonna call around to a couple of my buddies and see what's going on. You know.
Yeah.
Geez, I mean, I hope like, you know, anybody that got hurt is okay, man. I mean, that's terrible.
crazy.
It's like that's
Yeah,
really terrible.
they said they're taking a lot of people. Well, a lot of people went to the hospital.
Yeah.
So.
Man. Jeez, that's. I mean, I really hope that you know, nobody died or anything. That'd be really bad. We're gonna go ahead and get the next guest up in here, everyone. Everyone, just gonna give us a minute, guys. Do be patient while we get that next guest up on the stream. Last guest of the day.
Dean, what do I do? Do I go on my main account or do I go on my girlfriend's account? Good to know.
I don't know, man. What have you seen Bitter Success on?
Neither. Yeah, they both have drawbacks.
I mean, I like the ones from TikTok Studio streaming off the computer, but I'm probably gonna have
I
a
like
little bit
that
of a
too,
bias.
but it's not on my main account, so it doesn't push out as much.
I was looking at your stream quality. It looked a little fuzzy.
Yeah.
And on top of that, wait, do you have a capture card?
I do.
Okay. We
I
gotta.
just I didn't have it yet. Now I do because it had to get it in the app. Does that make sense? Or get it within the studio?
Yeah.
Well, a capture card won't help with streaming though. That's your GPU and your CPU.
So a capture card for a camera could basically take it from being like an antiquated.
Are you're meaning for like actually like camera wise?
Yeah. So you plug the camera into a capture card into
I
the computer.
I know.
So then
I
you could
see.
import like super high quality HDMI 4K.
I can do that. I can do that with 1080p camera.
Anyways, that's Elijah. That's a random guess. Hi, Elijah. Do you support Trump?
No, I came in and I wanted to learn some stuff actually, and I came in to ask a question. Do you guys ever? And I know that most everybody, if they're being honest with themselves, do this. When you're trying to support your side, do you ever just leave out a little bit of information just so that you can prove your point more?
No, and the evidence of that is that I've literally, me and Parker have gotten into debates on live before, because.
Or if
we're
we
just
do, we'll
seeking
clarify
truth.
right after. If
Yeah.
we do, we'll clarify right after because it's for a point.
Yeah,
But do you guys do that clarification? Like
this is a space to seek truth, and the evidence of that is even me and Parker have started debating one
Yeah,
another.
but I feel
because
like a
we
lot
think
of the
that
topics
each
you
other
talk
is wrong.
about. Okay, but do you ever feel like some of the topics you're debating have good points on both sides, but your side? Because I agree, I'm mostly Democrat, I
No,
feel like but I feel like sometimes
I don't think you do that though. You take a position that you can actually support no matter what the counter argument
no, but
is.
I'm saying
And
just even a small part. It doesn't have to be a big part that can completely change your argument.
Well, what I think when you say like, is there a good point on the other side? What I hear when you say that is, can I place myself in their shoes and see why they believe what they do?
Yes, yeah. That's what I'm trying
So
to
like
understand.
sometimes I can do that, but like still yet, right? Because I think what they believe in is false because of the reasons in which I possess. Like I ultimately think it's a bad point. Okay, like I
You
think
don't
that
feel like there's a
I think
cross point?
that I think that good points are true points and bad points are false points.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of people that come in and view these, they feel like it's very just argumentative. When I feel like you're just really trying to help people understand, and I feel like though there are some cross points, and you're gonna be like, well, tell me exactly what those cross points are. I know.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry for kicking you while you're in the middle of your breath there. I only have time for one more debate with one more Trump supporter, so we got to get a move on. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Let's go ahead and see if we could get one last guest up in here, as well as Milo with a $3 on Venmo and Andrea with a $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Milo and Andrea. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys.
and Karina, thank you for the 10. And yeah, I'll check in. Thank you.
Dean, how do you get your good webcam on both?
Yeah.
At the same time.
So I think that we had a FaceTime about this a while ago. So I run like the high quality straight from the capture card and camera into OBS. And then through OBS, I start a virtual camera. And it's the virtual camera in which I then pipe into TikTok Studio.
Okay, wait, hold up.
Yeah. What's up, Blue Hat Zach? Do you support Trump?
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Are you British?
No, I'm just sick right now. But
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
Oh man, why the hell do you support Trump?
It's one of those things where it's like I'm a 20-year-old like white male. You know what I mean? And
Whoa,
it's like,
whoa. Slow the fuck down. I'm a 20-year-old white male. I don't know what you mean.
but it's just the fact that the left side is so far left
The left side is so far on what?
on like facts that like I don't want to get like too offensive to people, but like trans people, the border.
Bro, dude, I hate you. Can I tell you why?
Wait, hear me out. I have a trans friend too.
Dude, stop. Can I tell you why I hate you?
Why?
Because you just essentially said, guess what? I'm a 20-year-old white guy. Gotta hate trans people. And guess what? Undocumented immigrants, they suck too. Stop it! Stop it! No, this is a bad look for me, motherfucker. I'm a 20-year-old white guy. Stop! Dude, come on.
I don't hate trans people. I'm just saying like I'm a huge sports fan. You know what I mean? It's just the fact that they're playing in like guys are playing in women's sports.
Can you name one women's sports team?
No, that's not the right question, Parker.
The Indiana Fever, bro. Like,
Cool. Okay, wait. So you like the WNBA?
I mean, like I watch Caitlin Clark.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Name a player that's not on the Fever, that's not Candace Reese, and then plays on any other team in the WNBA. Actually, give me two.
In the WNBA?
Yep, that's not on the Fever, that's not Angel Reese, and that plays within the WNBA.
Honestly, can't.
Oh, so it's really not that important to you.
Zach, I have a counterpoint.
It's more high school teams. It's more high school teams.
I have a counterpoint.
It's not like professional sports. It's more high school teams.
Counterpoint. I have a counterpoint. Are you ready?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
So you're like, trans women and women's sports shouldn't happen. Okay, I disagree. But that's not what my counterpoint is. Here's my counterpoint. Donald Trump has been accused of raping more women than there is trans women competing in the NCAA. Donald Trump has been convicted of twice as many felonies as there is trans women in the NCAA. I could articulate as many circumstances where Donald Trump has violated the American Constitution as there is trans women in the NCAA.
Good point.
Right?
Can I just say one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
If
Now think about the number of trans women in the NCAA. 16, okay? Now let's multiply that by 100, 1,600. And now let's add 800 to that, 2,200. That is the amount of money that 20% of Americans, the bottom 20% of income earners, will be losing in their after-tax income because of Donald Trump's tax cuts. Boom. Holy shit. See how I'm like directing you to trying to give me an argument that Donald Trump is good for America, not just bad for 0.1% of Americans?
Wait,
I feel like the GOP runs itself off of persecuting minorities and not making the qualities of life in this country better.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, I will say this: I don't think Trump's a good businessman, but I think he's a good salesman. He knows what he's doing on like the sales point of view, and people don't walk over him.
Okay, well, typically, like
In media,
good salesmen are like typically like some of like the worst people. Okay, I've done a lot in my 20 years of life. I've even worked in sales. I'm familiar with salesmen. The best salesmen I know are total pieces of shit.
But it works. If they're successful, it doesn't matter if they're pieces of shit.
So how is he going to use this to generate success for America?
For America, my point is like no one walks on him.
No one walked. Putin does.
Putin walked on Biden.
Putin's been stomping on Trump so much, Trump has been begging him to stop. And that's not even a joke. He's literally been begging Putin to stop bombing Ukraine. After he said he could, get it done and over within the first 24 hours in office. And conceded to everything that Putin wanted him to do, such as revoking all humanitarian support for the country.
I'm also not like all Republican. If Trump and Obama were to run against each other, I'd vote Obama.
Why would you want either one of them to run? That's violating the Constitution.
No, I don't want that to happen. But if it were to happen, because like,
okay, listen. I mean, I know Obama's the GOAT, but like Kamala Harris is also pretty damn good. Why would you vote for Obama but not Harris?
I feel like Harris it was kind of just like so short her campaign, and I didn't really know what to think of her. She didn't really give me a lot, and I know it's not fair because she didn't have like a lot of time. But like, it's also like I don't want to be like a misogynist, but I just think a man like.
So you are a misogynist. If you say that, you're probably going to say something misogynistic.
Oh, finish your sentence, please.
That's what I was thinking.
No, please finish your sentence.
I'm just saying, like, since like the beginning of this country, has never been a woman president.
Right. Right.
And nothing
right.
ever.
Right. Hey, man. I have a thought experiment for you. Imagine you and me. We got into a time machine. We teleported to 2007, and I took you to Alabama. And when you and me were in Alabama, I then drug you by your hand to the front door of Racist Ronald. Racist Ronald opens his front door, and I asked Racist Ronald, are you going to vote for Obama? And Racist Ronald says, no, black people, ever since the dawn of this country, we've always had white presidents. There's never been a black president. And then I said to you, I want you to refute Racist Ronald's argument. What would you say in response?
I honestly don't think race matters. You can do whatever you want. Like,
okay. So even though in 2007 there had never been a black president, only white presidents, you'd still argue that race doesn't matter, and you'd vote for a black president because why would it matter? Okay, well, this is kind of what I'd say to you when you say, since the beginning of this country, we've never had a woman president. Okay, I don't think gender matters. If anything, I mean, the data would tell us that a woman's probably better equipped for the job, but I mean, we'll ignore that. And I'll just simply say that gender is not a relevant determining factor in one's leadership abilities.
It's just like, I don't think, I'm more of like a traditional guy. I think a woman should stay at the house.
Yeah, are you ready to get clocked?
Oh my god, that's so cringe.
No, he's about to get clocked.
Are you? Oh, I've asked him one question.
For sure.
Are you in a relationship currently?
Me? No, I don't want to be.
You don't want to be?
No, okay.
Wait. Shouldn't you be in a relationship and married already? You want to be traditional. What happened to the traditionalism? You don't want to be in a relationship? I thought relationships were traditional.
Can I tell you a story real quick? So
Yeah.
after I graduated high school
Heartbreak story number one.
in 2023, at 18, I got diagnosed with cancer,
I'm so sorry to hear that.
and my girlfriend left me of 2 years in high school. Since then, I've had no
Okay,
interest.
that's shitty, but don't take it out on everybody else.
No, I'm not.
Like, listen, I could agree that that was like probably shitty of her to do, to leave you because you got diagnosed with cancer. But that, like, she didn't do that because she's a woman. She didn't do that because she has a vagina. She didn't do that because like she probably did that because of some like shitty attribute of her character. Or there's more to the story that you're not telling us. You know what I mean? I really don't think it's fair for you to say that now I hate women because like this one woman did something that was bad. And maybe we don't even know the rest of the story. Maybe it wasn't bad and she didn't leave you because you had cancer, but she rather left you because you told her that she had to stay at the home and cook, clean, and raise the kids until she died of old age. Like, how about this? I want to ask you a question. Do you agree with Trump and people like Charlie Kirk when they say DEI is terrible? DEI replaces a merit-based economy country with something that determines what individuals should do because of their race. Like, do you agree with the sentiment that DEI is bad?
I mean,
DEIA.
like, it depends, like, what kind of jobs you're talking about.
I mean, just generally, because like the Trump admin says DEI sucks. Charlie Kirk says DEI is terrible. What do you say? Do you agree with him?
I don't really agree with anybody, to be honest.
That wasn't coherent. I'm just asking you if you think DEI bad, like 99% of other Trump supporters.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. The only person advocating for DEI is you. You're telling women that regardless of their merit or qualifications, they should stay at home. And you're telling men, regardless of their merit or qualifications, that they should go out and work. The only people that argue for this false conception of DEI is traditionalists. You're the one telling people that we should determine what they are or are not capable of doing or what they should or should not do based upon their gender or sex. That's you, man.
Good point.
It's
also
a great point.
quick question. So do you believe in like 50-50 bills, like splitting? I mean, like what's your stance on, paying for dinner and dates and bills?
Oh, I pay for everything. If I take a girl out, I pay for everything.
Okay, so you are in a traditional sense, you think that the man should pay for everything. And not just dates, but like, all the bills in the house. Pay for it.
Yeah. That's the way I grew up with my parents.
Okay. So the one thing that I will say is, I mean, and not to get too personal, but I don't know, you're a young man, I would recommend therapy, right? I mean, FYI, I go every Friday. I think the fact that you went through a traumatic life event and you had someone that you cared about leave you has warped your your view on women and how things should be. But I would also say that you're a young man that has the entire world in front of you, and I mean, just actually addressing those issues may actually change your perspective and allow you to realize that women have the ability not only to lead but also to enrich the workplace in multiple ways, including understanding what DEIA is. I mean, you might want to take a look into that as well, but I would just recommend a couple of those things.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that.
One other thing. So one of the first things that you said when you joined was like, oh, like you're a 20-year-old white guy. This somehow implies that you should be voting for the right. Do you think that the left has launched an attack on white men?
I wouldn't say like no, but like at the same time, I feel like a lot of men nowadays are getting attacked for like no reason.
Okay, why do you feel that way?
It's just like, I feel like walking around, like people get so offended if they see a white like Christian man in front of them.
Right.
It's like they argue like for all that, and then the left side's so against that because
you just feel like targeted by a lot of the people in this country, and it's almost as if a lot of the
I just wish
people-
we could come together.
like,
to be honest.
so I just want to clarify. I just clarify that you just kind of feel like target. Just listen to me. Just
want.
listen to me real quick. You just kind of
Yeah.
feel like targeted, like subjugated, categorized, and assumed by like a lot of this country just because you're a white man, right?
No, not all of that. Not all of that.
Okay, but you just feel like a lot of the people in this country look at you, they see you're a white guy, and they make a whole lot of assumptions, right? Is that what you're saying?
Sort of.
Sort of. You just kind of feel like people figure out that you're a white guy, and they already just have these biases built within themselves to treat you one way compared to another way. You feel like you're treated different because you're a white man.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then what are you trying to say? I just want to get a conception of your view, because you said that a lot of the left is like attacking white men.
Yeah, white conservative, man. I feel like it's just one of those things where it's like.
Okay, so I guess you just feel. Are you basically saying that you're a man, you're white, you didn't decide to be white, you didn't choose to be a man, but because you are a white man, you're automatically judged by a lot of people?
No.
Oh my God, you don't even have a coherent stance. What the fuck are you saying?
I'm trying to say it's like if you go into like a coffee shop, right? And there's like a barista with like purple hair, bro, and she's gay. It's like,
well, I mean, first she's gonna make you the best damn coffee you've ever had. You better shut the fuck up. All right.
I'll take
Jesus,
the
what
frat
the
boy
hell are you
accent
saying?
is actually just diabolical.
I'm a little lost.
Yeah, I don't know how we got to like gay women
Purple
when I
hair.
was asking
Yeah, like,
you about like
where
why
are we
you
at?
feel that the left is attacking white men.
I'm not like, it's just like the left and the right. There's just no common ground at all.
Donald Trump is the most divisive president we've ever had in our modern history. Donald Trump literally targets the states that did not vote for him. I mean, he doesn't want to send money to California for wildfires because it's a blue state. I mean, Donald Trump spreads rhetoric that creates divisiveness, including saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of America. Donald Trump is the reason why we continue to be so divisive, because he has made it okay to be hateful, harmful, and bigoted. Donald Trump is a racist, sexist, classist person, and you voted for him, and he is the one that continues to perpetuate the very thing that you said that is a problem. That doesn't make sense.
I'm still looking for a way to land my plane on that argument I was making earlier. Feel free to respond to Santana, and then I think I have it figured out. Oh, he left. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to tell you guys like what I wanted to bring up to him. You know, I was trying to determine like what he meant there by saying that the left attacks white men, and I was hoping to at least get him down to a point where like he thought that the left automatically judged him because he's a white guy. He felt targeted, persecuted, etc. All that, and like the reason why I was trying to get that out of him, or at least to see his thoughts, was because I just wanted to point out the simple fact that that's what he does to women. You know, it's like, I don't know. The thing I see a lot of conservative white men suppose occurs to them of this systemic oppression because of their gender or their race or their sex. Like, that is what is actually happening to women, to minority communities, to trans individuals, to black individuals, etc. Right? And he wouldn't be able to deny it because he argued for it. And like, I don't know, man. I think that this is caused by a lack of education and there just being so many available avenues and pipelines for young men to get pulled into these alt-right circles where they're told they're the most important people alive, where they don't need women, where women suck, and every single time a woman has rejected them in their life, that is one more reason to hate all women. And they'll only continue to get rejected more and more in their life in the future by women because they hold to the beliefs that they do. And it's just this negative, reoccurring feedback loop. And I've been like thinking about ways to get men out of, you know, these thought processes. And I gotta say that I did see something the other day, and I thought it was a great idea. It was this young white guy that was starting a podcast for men, designed for men, and how it's supposed, this podcast is to make the life of men better. But their angle on this podcast is essentially, when you hold to these alt-right beliefs, you know, women are going to hate you more. Society is, you know, people are going to look at you like you're crazy because you are. And if you don't want women to hate you, if you don't want people to look at you like you're crazy because you are, then you got to be a better person and reject these alt-right beliefs. And it's actually better for you as a man. And I think I like that. I think it kind of counteracts it. It like still gives this avenue of basically, you know, better, make yourself better as a man, increase your overall quality of life, excel. But the way that it tells men that they could do these things is by just being the best possible version of themselves and treating everyone else around them better and with respect. I don't know. I'm yapping. I'll stop yapping.
Well, I'll just say, like, I completely agree with you. I think there is a need to find a way to like shift the actual narrative and to explain to people, like, just because you are a man doesn't mean that you need to be void of emotion, and also understanding that accountability is a huge thing, right? I think that it's easy to sit back and say, oh, you know, it's not my fault. And for people that make, you know, the younger generation feel like, you know, nothing's your fault. You don't have to accept that. You don't have to take accountability. It directly pushes that pipeline. And so I agree, like, as long as we can, one, be more in tune with the actual emotional stance of it, and really allowing people to understand, like, it's okay to understand your feelings, and two, that, you know, things can be tough and you should actually want to go through those tough things instead of just falling back and saying, well, it's just I didn't cause it, none of this is my fault. So I think it's a lot.
Yeah. And then maybe one thing I'd say, because we're done with the debates, but, you know, we're just like now kind of talking about the subject of young dudes and how young guys are bad, how young guys can be good and better, etc. You know, if there's any like younger dudes like watching the live, man, you know, that are like in those like circles on the right, you know, they, I guess, kind of see me shouting about liberalism and being a Democrat. You know, like the automatic assumption is like, oh, this dude's like lame as fuck, not fun at parties, a total like loser weirdo because he's a Democrat. And the reason why I know that assumption exists is because I used to hold this same assumption against Democratic men when I was like 15, 16 and conservative. You know, I would see like a dude being like, go Dems, W blue, woo, liberalism. And I'd be like, oh, this woke loser must be so boring and unfun. You know what? Fuck him. But I'll say this. From like when I was in those like circles on the right, conservative, pro-Trump when I was younger, to like where I'm at now, my quality of life has increased dramatically. Me personally, only talking about me, nobody else, just me. My quality of life has increased dramatically because when you are a better person to other people are a better person to you, right? And I also happen to be like talking from a perspective where my girlfriend is somebody that I've been on with now for over a year, a very long time, but on and off with for like 5 years, a very long time. Me and my girlfriend have been together. And I have a better relationship with her now than I did when I first met her because I'm able to treat her better as a person, as a partner, as a woman, right? And, you know, that has good outcomes for you as well. You know, it's almost like it's advantageous. It's strategically advantageous for you to reject people like Nick Fuentes, to reject people like Andrew Tate, to reject the alt-right path, like lines of thought, and to embrace liberalism, embrace progressivism, and be more critical about how you could be a better person. And it'll end up making like you happier. It'll end up giving you more confidence in yourself. It'll end up giving you a higher quality of life, better relationships with those around you. And, you know, regardless if you're gay or straight, it'll make you more appealing in, you know, the dating pool. It'll give you significantly easier time.
Happy Pride Month.
I was just about to say that. I have to call my best friend. Yep, Happy Pride Month.
Yeah, and happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. It'll just give you an easier time in like so many avenues. I don't know. One of these days, I kind of want to like sit down on a podcast that isn't like politically oriented, where, you know, I'm just kind of debating Trump supporters, but more so just talking about, like the conundrum of young men and how to get them going on the right path. Because I don't know, I think about it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, yeah, I'm done. We're done with the stream today. We're all just kind of yapping now.
Yeah, I got it to work, Dean. I got it to work. It finally is. I figured out how to do the virtual camera thing.
Dude, fire. That'll be nice. Make sure that your like lighting is good. I think I have noticed like there's a big correlation between like the quality of your stream, how like the lighting is, if you have a high quality because
It was because I was
capture
using
card.
the C920, my old C920.
C920. What's that?
Logitech C920.
Oh, you were just using a webcam?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
as the one
Parker.
for TikTok.
Wait,
no, because,
wait, do
because,
you
because I
guys-
didn't have the virtual webcam.
Dean, what do you use? Because I use a webcam as well, but I bought like this, really fancy one.
Dude, let me show you real quick. My setup is my setup is insane. I'm not gonna lie.
I use like a camera. I have the same setup as Dean.
Yeah, I've like my setup is like quite professional. But I'm a full-time content creator. It's expected. It's been a lot of work, a lot of fucking money, but I'm at a point where it's great. I'll show it to you. I'm actually pulling up my second account right now so I could turn on the camera and give a little bit of a setup tour. Just looking for that second account.
Yo, Sid with $100 on YouTube super chat for Hi Parker. Happy Pride Month, all. Yo, thank you. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
I can't even like find like, dude.
W said, "Good to see you as always, Sid."
I can't even like find my account on the
Because
guest
so many
list.
people. Yeah.
Oh, dude, the guest request function sucks on like TikTok Studio.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And it moves a lot.
Oh my god, it's like impossible to control.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say, chat, earlier, I think I said Candace Reese. I was thinking Candace Parker and Angel Reese. So just an FYI, I my bad, but I do know who Angel Reese is, and I also know Candace Parker, and I also know that she's no longer, she retired, so there's that.
I can't, bro. Dude, I'm like trying my hardest right now to get my second account up here. That's why when I was going live on the DNC Dean account and I get my main account up here, I would like always. Oh wait, Parker, you have moderation access, right?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I was able to get it up here. All right, yeah. Let me show you guys the setup.
Expand yourself.
I will. Here we go. Expand. So here's like the desk. Okay. Over there, we have the big monitor, and the big monitor is connected to a PC beneath my feet. But anyways, so on the left we have the TikTok studio where we're broadcasting to the app, and then on the right we have the OBS that broadcasts to YouTube, and then over here I have the laptop, and I use the laptop for like all like researching Venmo, PayPal, etc. And yeah, that monitor is like very far away. I have it like scaled up by 1 billion so I could still read it even though it's 1 billion years away. And then we have the camera right in front. We have a fill light that I don't use anymore. But then we look at that big old light.
Was that the background light?
Yeah, I don't use that anymore. And then one big old light to the left, and this is my main light. And then to the right we have another big old light. And that's like the studio. It's pretty nice. It's been getting worked on, planned, and been a long time coming. Finally got it to a point where I think it's pretty
So,
nice.
This is the camera that I use whenever I use Studio. Let's see here. Flip this around. So I use a webcam, and I thought that purchasing an actual like really nice webcam would be worth it. But it still doesn't look like the quality of what you use.
Yeah.
And
'Cause it's
so
a
that's
camera,
where I
yeah.
am. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things that go into the quality of like this stream. So it's the camera, right? But on top of the camera, it's also like the lighting. I'll say like probably like the most important thing for like a high quality streaming setup. It's not even the camera. Number one is lighting.
Yep.
And it's not even just having like big high lumen super crazy lights that cost me $250 per month in my energy bill. It's also like knowing the right setting to put them on, where to place them, and then how far away the lighting is from the background, what you have in the background contrasted to the foreground.
You know what? That makes sense. That does
lot.
explain the energy. You know,
Yeah.
I was looking at my energy bill. I was like,
You, dude, right? I had the same experience. I look at my energy bill and I'm like, there's no way this is right. This is insane. It's the big ass lights that we use for like 4 or 5 hours, 7 days a week. That's what it is.
I have 6 lights, but like I have the smaller ones and they're just like all around. But I think you just hit it like with the placement. I'm still trying to figure out my placement, and then like I have the green screen behind me, but my office is like a small area, so.
Also, Brianna, thank you for the galaxies. I just
I'll have to
finally
show
saw
you all
the chat.
ours.
Thank you.
We have
Thank
the
you,
same
Brianna.
2 lights. They're really good.
Yeah, and then
You
even
can
for
control
the
them, they're fun.
And then even for the lights. So I mean, I did like a deep dive into the lighting for a while. Did a lot of research. So even for the lights, there's a difference. So you have like soft light and hard light. You don't want hard light. You want super
Really?
duper, you want super soft light. So
See, I've been going with the hard light instead of the soft because like it. Okay, I need to switch it.
Soft light. So like the biggest diffusers that you could get your hands on, you know, comparing the costs and also if they even fit in your space. The biggest diffusers you could get is what will give you the best image on camera.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. So I consulted a professional about this.
Oh.
When I was building the studio, I posted something on my story. I was like, I will pay a professional to help me out, to build everything, to figure it out. And then I ended up talking to some guy that just did it for free, just because he was awesome, and rejected any form of payment. And he is a professional film, video dude, camera dude, lighting dude, studio guy. Does it for his career. His name is Justin. Justin is an icon. And Justin helped me like figure out the shopping cart, the setup and everything. And Justin's just an absolute beast. Okay, so if you happen to be watching, Justin, know that you're awesome.
Are you about to get off right now, man?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just yapping. I guess I could.
Bro's just yapping. That's crazy.
I could end whenever. I guess this has gone from like debates into like a yap
Into Dean
sesh.
yap mode.
Yeah.
One last thing.
You know, it's just like
so
debates.
I have a capture card as well, but I don't run through the capture card. And I thought you were saying like run the webcam through the capture card, but it would be like the actual camera through the capture card.
Yeah. So the webcam has a capture card built into it.
Yeah.
It's all like proprietary, so you don't need anything extra.
Mhm.
But you know, with like your digital or mirrorless cameras, they don't have a capture card built into it. So like when you just plug it in like USB to your computer, like most of the time, like cameras aren't even going to have any software that you could download to import that and get like a live feed. But if they do have a software that you can install and get a live feed from the camera, it's going to be super low quality and it's going to be very delayed. But the advantageous part of getting a capture card is so you could port it into the computer with no delay, and it's pulling through HDMI. And if you have a nicer camera, it'll be able to port out HDMI at like a 4K quality. So it gives you like the lowest delay and the highest quality.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, now you guys are in the chat spamming debate, dude. I did 4 hours. No more
You're
more
stuck.
debates.
You're stuck. You got to keep doing debates.
Somebody says debate, please. This is so boring. Oh my god, dude, I'm getting flamed. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. That's right. I mean, I guess
Debate. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
yeah. When I go live, I guess I do usually go debates. Do debates. I'm a real person too, quite frankly. Now, I'm done with the debates for the day because we've done a little over 4 hours. But I know Parker isn't. Santana, are you hopping off as soon as I end? Or are you gonna?
I'm gonna follow Parker for a little while. Then the wife and I have to go to dinner, so I'm gonna hang out with him until she gets here.
Sweet. Well, no more debates for me, but Parker and Santana down here will be doing some more debates. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and end. Yap Sesh is over. I'll tune back in tomorrow for another 4-hour fucking Yap Sesh. Holy shit, I talk so much. Oh, I talk so much. It's terrible. I need to stop talking now and go get some dinner. So, Parker, what live are you gonna go? What account are you gonna go live on?
Parker got a GF.
Okay,
But I'm live on TikTok. Parker got to get a job.
So everybody, head over to @ParkerGetAGF on TikTok or @ParkerGetAJob over on YouTube. I will see y'all tomorrow for another 4-hour Yap Sesh.
See you, bro. See you, bro.
Peace and love, everybody.
Another Yap Sesh is crazy,
Peace and love.
bro.
Goodbye. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.